And in my country, I do not have 100 over million of population like our sister says just now. We only have about 35 million. And majority of the population here in Malaysia is about 63.7% Muslims. Now, how do we capture that? Technically, UOB have been in Malaysia for 71 years. Okay? So we operate in Malaysia for 71 years, but it has always been under conventional banks. I can understand what our sister just now, the challenges, the initial challenges that we started off a window, because I've gone through that mill also. Having a shareholder which is based in Singapore and we wanted to promote the Islamic banking, I would take that journey as a da'wah. Because in Malaysia, if you go to a public toilet, you pay 50 cents. So I always remember, if God wants you to treat this as da'wah and wants you to go to heaven, it cannot be free and it cannot be easy. So when we talk about Islamic banking, in a conventional space, there's always a threat. But we have managed to tell the management that we are not a threat to your business, but we are an enabler. We will be able to penetrate a market where you are unable to enter before using your conventional offering. So that's how we angle it. And Alhamdulillah, the proposition was accepted, and we have strong support from the management for us to go through. Technically, in Malaysia, because the Islamic banking started off way back with the firstborn of Islamic Bank, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad in 1983. So the scenario is a bit more matured. So as a late entrance, I am lucky because we have seen the pitfall and the challenges that the others have gone through. We are able to pick up the best product and the best services to be offered in the market. So it's quite an easier journey in that sense. We always say that the Islamic banking is additional enabler and it enhances, it adds values to our product and services to customers. So with that, we are able to work hand in hand with our conventional parents. On the digitalization part, we always say surfers right above the wave. We are lucky also because our group, UOB group in Singapore, started off this FinLab program in 2015, way before that. So we in Malaysia, we start off our FinLab in 2018 late or 2019. So technically we are about 4 or 5 years before this. So we have a program where we call Jom Transform, where in Malaysia we are holding some talks for the SMEs, understanding their needs, and at the same time calling the fintech company digital to introduce their digital solutions for them to matchmake between what is the customer's need and what the solution provider from this fintech can do. So in that sense, we are able to provide a platform for the SMEs to move forward. And we in return will get the customer base. We provide them the service and get the business in. So based on this, we understand, as what you mentioned just now, Mr. Moderator, the fintech, the digitalization is a disruptor. So instead of shying away or trying to take that as a competitor, we collaborate with them. Okay, so we do a collaboration so that it becomes a win-win situation. From a customer's point of view, what we will know is that they want product, services which is fast, good, and cheap. Whatever it is. I mean, we ourselves, if we were to buy something, these are the three things. We want fast service, we want good product, and we want it cheap. And these are the things that these fintechs can do on the long term. But we as a bank can provide additional things. which is the form of security, because we have governed, especially on the data part of it. So we have increased the particular business by doing the adaptation, collaboration with those fintechs to increase their business. So at the same time, it will also increase the trajectory of our growth. We are able to capture larger market, and also in Malaysia itself, I think because of the infrastructure, technically with the help, I would say with the help of the pandemic, it has leap-bound the adaptation of digital and fintechs. I would say 10 years ago, 7 years ago, it's unheard of people paying through phones, doing digital transactions, Shopee or Grab is unheard of. But that pandemic, that digitalization has leaped us through. It fastened, it gave a quantum leap to our business model also. We take advantage of that, and that's how we grow further using this digitalization and fintech. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Fauzi. I think just to comment on the last point there, which I think is quite pertinent around the rate at which the digitalization era was, I guess, accepted by the general public post-COVID and pre-COVID, during the COVID pandemic. I think what has really also contributed with regard to that, there is that trust layer and that foundational layer around trust and adoption of technology was really cemented during that period. And I think hopefully going forward, we see a lot more scalability because that trust layer and that foundation has already been laid. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Salimullah, my next question is for you. In Pakistan, the banking sector has been the first adopter of fintech and is increasing its services. With almost 73% of Pakistan's population having accessibility to cellular usage, you would think that the country is a fertile ground for fintech. Is Islamic banking and Islamic finance also benefiting from this potential in the country? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As per the Global Islamic FinTech Index, Pakistan is ranked at 9 out of 64 countries globally, having a potential of around $2.8 billion market by 2025. And you would be surprised to know that as per World Bank report, Fintech's database, there are 1.7 billion people around the globe who are unbanked. And most interestingly, out of that 1.7 billion population unbanked, Muslims are in majority, roughly 50% of that. So imagine the potential globally first. It is humongous in Islamic banking and in technology, both. So thank you, Dr. Humayun Dar, for selecting this topic and putting us all together here. And I must say, as far as Pakistan is concerned, we are a nation, we are a population of 220 million people. Rightly said that 70+% is telephony. We are tech-savvy people. And most interestingly, our population, 60% age is below 30 years. So in order to capture futuristic need of the consumers of Pakistan, we need to have proper infrastructure for fintech. Most importantly, in Pakistani market, our total deposit size in banking channel is roughly 21 trillion Pak rupees. That is not the actual size of the Pakistan economy. Unfortunately, our undocumented economy is roughly 4 to 6 times of that documented economy. So for a fintech to work properly at its optimum level, you need to have proper ecosystem. And for that ecosystem to encourage everybody in the documented channel, you need to have proper taxation. Your local governments, your federal governments should align with the overall strategy that globally is being formed. I see graduation of undocumented businesses into documented economy slowly and gradually, as Dr. Da recently said in his speech that Pakistan should work for housing. Uh, Pakistan has been doing it for last 2 years in Imran Khan's government, low-cost housing in a fintech environment. But unfortunately, due to change of government, though the model was based on subsidy, anything which is built on subsidy is not sustainable. For sustainable growth, you need to have something which is being yielded and which has to have benefits for all the stakeholders. Yeah, presently in Pakistani market, uh, everybody use telephone. You would be surprised. Last night I got a call from my wife. She was saying, "Did you pay the school fees for the kids?" Oh, I said, "No, I forgot that." I went just into the mobile app. I paid his kids' his school fees, paid utility bills, paid my mobile bills, everything. Especially in cosmopolitan cities of Pakistan like Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, people have switched by large to mobile banking channel. But is this the fintech all about? No. We are transforming already banked people into another channel that is digital fintech channel. But how about the vision market? Are we addressing to them? Are we looking at it as a separate product? It's a different mindset. Like advisor to Deputy Prime Minister said that the beauty of fintech is it is cost effective. Your opportunity cost becomes really, really easier to switch to a channel. So particularly if I talk about Pakistan, in agriculture business, if you go banking, agriculture financing in an ordinary way, it will cost you much because in remote areas, you will depute people. These are very small ticket financings, so you can't yield the proper benefits out of that financing. But with a fintech model, you can actually do it. So I think unbanked segments, yes, Pakistan has got a lot of potential. People are tech savvy. So we look forward for a better ecosystem. Thank you.
Mr. Sheikh, thank you very much for that. Mr. Dina, Johnny, my next question is specifically to you. Over the past 3 to 5 years, we have seen tech startups and other digital initiatives revolutionizing the Islamic finance industry globally. Please share a few insights with us in relation to Alami and how Alami is contributing to the Islamic financial service industry in Indonesia specifically.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Privileged to be here. Thank you for inviting me. So I think for Alami, we have a couple of insights as we primarily focusing on the young demography. So what we see in Indonesia is that a lot of the wave for the Muslim millennials that actually relearning their religion, right? So we grew up, some of us and a lot of us went to Islamic schools, but from our experience, a lot of them are kind of like theory-based. But after we grew up, we got married, we entered into the workforce and everything, we start to realize that a lot of things that we learned before is actually help us to prepare our path forward. So we want to learn more, and with social media and everything, it's very easy now to connect your life experience with the religious teachings. And that's what really prompted I would say, the resurrection of newborn Muslim among the young demography in Indonesia particularly. And that, I think Pak Edi mentioned earlier, that the halal economy is growing from Indonesia, and finance is obviously like the part of the lifestyle, right? As the Muslim understand and increasing their literacy about Islamic finance, they would understand that they cannot engage in a riba transaction. So literacy is not easy, and this needs to be a collective effort. So what our insight is that if we can improve the literacy with an outside of the box type of marketing and positioning, uh, the, co- the Islamic finance market itself will grow significantly. Our CAC would be very low because we're no longer competing with conventional banks that's throwing money around or like any other unicorns, right? So that will like really help on the CAC, on the stickiness. And what we see also is that to improve the literacy is not so much on like just teaching. It needs to be connected with lifestyle. It needs to be coming from a credible ulama that people follow. A lot of them are on YouTube right now. And gamification, like user experience, so having a great Islamic fintech app that they can understand. So for example, our AKAT and our peer-to-peer lending product, productive lending, we use like Ujro as a yield coming back to for the funders. A lot of people were gonna be angry if the financing have a late repayment, right? And they will like typically ask for like interest if they do in a conventional way. For us, in the first 6 to 9 months of business, they're like asking this as well because the literacy is pretty low. But we're continuously engaging with them, and now they're no longer asking for this because they understand it's their risk. If there's any late payment, they cannot like get anything extra back, not even like the fee and the charge and everything. And second is the positioning is key to the young demography because these young users, they're more critical. Like they already got used to receiving information from many angles, from many media, many channels. So they're very critical on things. So if we approach them like we approached them like 10 years back, they will not trust our brand. Like we need to create a brand that is very like natural to them, coming from themselves. Like we're creating product together with them, with the community. So we're not pushing products. We're actually engaging with so many Islamic communities, and we're asking what you need and ask them to create the products together with us. So for example, our Hijra banks, we just launched a digital bank a couple of days ago. So the product on this customized savings account is basically inspired by in Indonesia, in masjid, there are many boxes for donation, for sadaqah. So inspired by these boxes, we come up with a digital version of it called Hijra Box, and to allow them to save, customize, depending on their needs, so they can separate and all of these things. So this come from the community. And another thing is that, hey, banking is common, but I want something more. I want to be able to listen to my ustads teaching there. I want to see, rather than go to YouTube, the communities want to share their activities in our app. So we come up with Islamic features which is beyond banking. So there are Islamic utilities, like the Muslim Pro type of things, but we're gonna perfect it. There's also like lifestyle. They can ask the ustads, and it's not only Islamic finance. They can ask about marriage. They can ask about mental health, parenting. So all the top topics for the young Muslims in Indonesia, they can eventually connect to our app, and they will, coming from there, lower our CAC, increase our stickiness, and push into the transaction going forward as we push more products. And also the way to do the positioning is key from both the Islamic angle, like they need to trust us as we are 100% committed to apply the true Islamic finance structure. And second is obviously from the digital perspective. So I just saw Instagram earlier, and so DJ Khaled and Mike Tyson looking at Kaaba and crying and all of these things, you know, like maybe one day we can ask them to endorse our brand, for example, or Islam Makachef and all these things. So these are the people that influence a lot of young people, and they would follow, right? And I think the last thing that I want to share also, being a tech company, the news is typically getting more mainstream. So we need to make Islamic finance like more mainstream. So the ability to have the spotlight following the tech wave and covered by like TechCrunch, Tech in Asia around here, and any other news portal, and able to share our experience in, Alhamdulillah, like I just shared about our use case in Stanford, GSB, in INSEAD, and other like conventional fintech conference, and reach to those who never been exposed to Islamic finance. And in one of the podcasts, they actually amazed by the concept. Wow, this is really banking from heaven, you know, like the borrower have the moral obligation to return, and the lender or the funder would cannot collect in a bad way, right? Because there's adab to do this, all of these things. So actually I heard like, oh, this is a very beautiful way to do finance, and this comes from someone who doesn't have any understanding about Islamic finance before. So I think it's like the collective job, and probably using the tech angle to push Islamic finance mainstream and being widely accepted, especially connect with the ESG element of it. One more thing is that one of our investors is a global fintech VC focusing on emerging markets from Washington, D.C., Quona Capital. And they're focused on the ESG. So when we do fundraising and they share a site letter for the ESG compliance, so we need to sign. And I read it, and I just signed immediately, right? And they're pretty surprised because this is the first portfolio that didn't negotiate anything on the site letter. And inside it's like, no financing to tobacco, no financing to gambling. I was like, why, this is like exactly what we're doing. So there's like, oh my God, like this is so easy. So I think they started to realize that Islamic finance is very close to ESG, and I think there are multiple ways to approach it, and one of the ways definitely through a tech angle. Thank you.
Mr. Divan, thank you very much. There was some really good insight there, specifically around the context around millennials as well. Thank you, appreciate that. My next question is going to be directed to each one of our panelists. Over the past 5 years, fintech has disrupted Islamic retail banking and consumer finance, specifically in advanced countries. How are Islamic banks and other financial institutions coping with this with this specifically in developing countries, and what has been some of the major challenges experienced when dealing with this disruption? So I'm going to start off with you, Malika. Please, if you can just give us some background specifically to your context in Ethiopia as well. Thank you.
Yeah, again, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, I fully agree with you. Yeah, especially in the past 5 years, the fintech is changing the playground in many of the countries. Because of that, the financial offering and the banking itself is very much changed from what we know in the past. Given our context, especially in Africa, if you see at it, the disruption level is very different. It varies from countries to countries. In a country like South Africa, you can't call it Africa because they offer a product and services which is technologically backed, and they are way advanced. In another part of Africa, there are moderate players, and there are the least developed countries like ours. That variation basically came because of the technological level that we are standing at. The telecom connectivity is one factor. In some of part of the continent, the telecom can be good, but in some part, which is a mono player, the technology advancement and the fintech disruption can be affected by the level of telecom advancement itself. For that, maybe investors that my brother was mentioning who intervene in some of the countries might look at it and can invest in the infrastructure of less developed countries. Unless we develop the infrastructure, the connectivity, and the payments that we pay for utilities in the telecom infrastructure, it has impact on the level of the advancement of the fintech solution. However, despite that, as repeatedly has been said, the use is technology savvy, whether it is in Africa or elsewhere. They demand the technology level of convenience that has been enjoyed in advanced countries. For that, there is no leeway for banks. Either we have to make it ourselves, otherwise we have to cooperate with those who can intervene in this area, and the lifestyle is being changed. It became now universally similar. So the challenge is there, but as I see it, because of the globalization issue, whether we live in Africa or elsewhere, we need to aspire for the provision of fintech solution, which brought much change in the other part of the world. This is how I see it from my angle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibrahim. I think fintechs are a good disruptive thing, and these are challengers, basically. If I speak particularly in Pakistan perspective, earlier consumer financing used to take a turnaround time of like 30 days. Now, in Pakistani market, auto financing majorly is done in a same-day approval. And where I'm coming from, MCB Islamic Bank, we do it in 45 minutes. And it have never been possible. It was not possible if we would have not used the fintech platform. So we can do it digitally. Just the screening criteria, rating, scoring models are being digitalized to take the decision in a nanosecond. And we all are doing machine learnings. And I think the result is tremendous. As far as house financing is concerned, it is still taking a week's time, which we intend to reduce that turnaround time. As far as data banks are concerned, we want to take out some algorithm or macros so that we can digitalize the end-to-end process. So I think, yes, disruption is good for future. Thank you.
Thank you. Salimullah. Mr. Fawzi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Now, in UOB, we have this channel and digitalization and also a digital platform which we call UOB Tomorrow. This allows banks to open the account digitally, and customers can open the account without coming over to the banks anymore. Well, during the pandemic, while some banks have stopped their business because of the MCO and so forth, we were lucky, although UOB not yet in Malaysia, is already in Singapore and also Thailand, we have used similar platform to do financing to even our SME customers by doing facial recognition and also doing a site visit during their MCO period using their handphones. Because we can actually do a check when they're on their video and ask us to show them around and talk to us. So we know that that is the actual person, actual site, and so forth. So with that, we can continue giving them the assistance during the pandemic, especially so when it is an existing customers. So we did not stop the business for the 2 years pandemic period. Okay? So that is an advantage. Moving forward, we in Malaysia, UOB Malaysia, have realized the importance of this digitalization, fintechs, and so forth. And we have made a pledge to spend 1 billion over the next 3 years to speed up this process. Okay? I'm not sure about how many of you in your own country have used this digitalization and so forth. But for UOB Malaysia, we just moved to a new building last month. In fact, some of the departments are still moving into the new building last month. When my department moved to the new building, I was on medical leave. But when I came up to the office the following week, I couldn't enter my building, even though I have my staff tag and so forth, because they have changed the whole system into facial recognition. So that's how digitalization has moved even from our life to our way of doing business. So this is something which is unavoidable. We just need to continue to invest and work with the fintech for us to move forward. And as what Dr. Ashraf mentioned this morning, that our central bank has approved 5 digital banks, and 2 of them are Islamic. Looks like there'll be another challenges, but we will view it as a level playing ground because we are ahead of those fintechs. They need to have a few years before they could catch up with us. That's when we wanted to invest so that we are faster than them. But we will definitely collaborate and integrate our system so that we will not be left behind. I think banking and Islamic banking is here to stay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm the one that is probably a little bit more unusual because I'm coming from the fintech side. So I'm just gonna share the observation about Indonesia. It's a wild, wild west in a way that the bank acquired fintech, some fintech acquired bank, some fintech and bank acquired each other. They do share swap and everything. So I guess everybody is trying to find the right model in this country to coexist together, definitely. And I think the regulator is also pushing all the financial services to go digital, definitely. So trying to find the best model because some banks have the firepower to develop their own, but maybe not the DNA, so they're becoming like very slow. Some banks doesn't have anything, so they partner. Some fintech is just getting too big, and they managed to fundraise before the winter, so they acquired the banking license. So for us, we acquired a regional or a rural banking license. And from the peer-to-peer lending, we acquired an Islamic bank, and we transformed the bank into digital, and we launched the bank. And the bank and in the fintech lending, we work together so that our funders can now open up a savings account, can do transaction, and the bank can channel the funds to the peer-to-peer that is a little bit more agile, and we're using that. So I think it's still like, I would say, the part 1 or chapter 1 of the journey among that. I think particularly on the Islamic banking side, we know that there's a merger between the 3 state-owned Islamic banks into one big bank, Bank Syariah Indonesia. And I think that there's a lot of dynamics happening in the Islamic banking and also the banking industry in Indonesia. There are a couple of banks, like 30-something, that may be downgraded from the national bank into the rural bank if they couldn't meet the capital requirement of about 3 trillion rupiah by end of this year. And at the same time, the regulator relaxed some of the things for the rural banks to make them to be able to compete with the fintech and also the national bank. But I think for Islamic, at the end of the day, they need to be like more collaboration, but like a smart collaboration, because the conventional ones is much more advanced when it comes to on the consumer loan side, for example, so they have more database. I think the Islamic fintech is catching up in this country. And I think for me personally, the right model would be the bank will take a little bit of a step back and be providing the infrastructure, and the customer facing would be on the fintech side, especially for the certain demographic, because they typically coming from that demographic, from that community, so they can connect more. They can speak the same language, but the infrastructure and all of these things, it takes time to build and takes forever on getting the license as well. So I think that kind of collaboration is what's needed at the moment to push the literacy and the experience of using the Islamic banking. Thank you.
Thank you. Dima, thank you very much for that. And just to acknowledge, Mr. Fauzi and Dima, both of your responses specifically centered around collaboration, but not just collaboration between the fintech and, I guess, the financial industry play as well. But Dima, in your earlier response, you mentioned the collaboration and co-creation specifically with the customer as well. And I think those are very fascinating insights, particularly dealing with the disruption of fintech players as well. Thank you very much. Malika, in your response now to the question, you touched on the diversity of the different states at which different countries in Africa broadly are with regard to enhancements or advancements specifically around infrastructure. But given that, I mean, can you just share your insights, particularly around fintech and digitalization in playing a specific role in developing the economic stability of the finance industry broadly in the continent, please?
Thank you again. All my reflections, unfortunately or fortunately, they are focusing in economic area, maybe because of my economic background. Again, when it comes to economic stability and development, I refer back to the tie between financial inclusion and the fintech. For me, the fintech means deepening of the financial inclusion. To deepen the financial inclusion, everybody has to be included in the ecosystem. So one of the means whereby we can make inclusive is through provision of fintech solution and digitalization. For instance, where one of the things which affects economic stability of unfortunate countries is unemployment. So for unemployment, for me, financial inclusion will bring a solution. Because when we make the services accessible and affordable, it means that we are creating a job for the youth. When we look at the demographic situation of our countries, as it has been said earlier, dominantly it is overwhelmed by the youth. That is an opportunity. So the job creation and the financial inclusion, hand in hand, it will create employment opportunity, and that brings stability. So when the economic stability is in place, the development will take off. So for the development to take off, of course, it requires the collaboration of different parties, different stakeholders, even the multilateral companies who operate globally. In that way, for me, banking is a matter of bringing fairness to the economy. We are usually criticized that people consider us, we are there to make the richer people more richer. That shouldn't be the case. For the richer people, there is a lot of option. But Islamically, when we look at the other side of our teaching, it means Islamic is way of life. So unless we change how our people are living, the way of life that they are experiencing, it doesn't bring economic stability or development. So I see it that way. It has direct linkage, financial inclusion and the digitalization and the mushrooming of fintech solutions. So it has been explained from the fintech solution providers. I think it is a very much good eye opener. So the banks, we have to collaborate with the fintech solutions. So they have to be the front runners. We can continue operating what we do in the banking field. So we are not required to invent the wheel. So we can learn and benchmark with what is done elsewhere. So this is my reflection on this regard. Thank you.
Malika, thank you very, very much for that. Appreciate it. I guess just continuing with the central theme of that particular question, moving on to the rest of the panel. What are some of the applications of technology to financially improve and assist the unserved as well as the underserved communities in Indonesia, Pakistan, and Malaysia as well, please? Can we get your various perspectives on that based on your country's experience, please? Salimullah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Ibrahim. For underserved economies, I mean, the fintech has done a great job Once talking about agri-farming communities, products have been developed in Pakistan to increase the per acre yield, and for agriculture communities, reaching out to them with tablets, even to the farmer. Nobody can think of it. What the biggest challenge for introducing fintech in the remote areas was linguistic. We actually prepared that product in local languages so that they can play with the technological tablets, and it resulted good results. I mean, now we have started, we are now investing heavily for developing agriculture communities financing so that they can have better produce, better yields at very affordable prices, and the counseling for them end to end. What qualities, what outputs are required by farming communities to produce for the end user, that means exporters, so that their proper hand-holding, end-to-end solution is being given to them in a better ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree when it comes to agri or aquaculture. I think Indonesia have a big area of sea and a lot of fishermen and all of these things, and also fish farmers. So we started to do embedded financing as well, and I think being fintech, we focus on the scalability, so we're not coming up with kind of like the agency model, but like on a partnership model. So we connect with some of the leading agri-tech company in Indonesia and also aqua-tech companies in Indonesia, and we connect our data to them, the API. So we build the credit scoring together with them. They're going to help us on the collection as well, and typically they operate in a hub and spoke model. So I think the ability to tailor the credit scoring per partners is important, but then ability to create a framework that is coherent and like very minimize the development is also key to scale. In addition to agri and aquaculture, we're also trying to explore more with the small shops like the toko, the warung, and D2C, direct-to-consumer type of brand, and also resellers. So we identify the typical partners that we can work together with and what kind of data that we will need to better underwrite their credit and also for collection. And speaking of the needs of communities, we also identify the needs of not only the rural communities, but also the urban communities. Again, like this might not be your typical financial needs, but more on the social needs. A lot of communities want to help the victims of a natural disaster, and they don't have the platform, or they have like very few platforms to do that. So we're helping them to gonna like accommodate it as well, and that leads to the social finance part of it, right? So a lot of digital bank in this part of the world incentivize people to open an account with the cashback going to their account. And our way is to start your banking journey in Hijrah Bank with Sadaqah. So that type of cashback is actually needs to be donated to one of our NGO platforms. So we want to foster the donation and Sadaqah, and maybe in the future like Zakat and everything. And even we want to pair this up with in the future payments or like transfer, so that every time they do banking activities, some mini portion of it goes to the needies. So in that sense, then we can actually gamify the experience of commercial and social finance together. So that relates to the brand, as the commercial features goes up, the social goes up, and the increase in the social helping others create a stronger brand identity that will propel the commercial. So those concepts packaged and wrapped with the best UX and UI and marketing, I think they would totally differentiate the Islamic bank than the conventional bank. Thank you.
Okay. I think I agree with all the panels who said that, but in UOB, we did something additional, which I think is not shared here. That is the education part. For us in UOB, I have my champion down there who is going to schools and universities to give talks on financial inclusion, on financial education, and so forth. Because while we realize our friends from other banks are doing promotion on digital banking, on fintechs, and so forth, we also want to give education to the children on financial education, start them early, introduce UOB early. So as they goes on from primary to secondary and goes to university, they are already familiar with us. And from there on, we do another set of education, which is entrepreneurship. You see, I believe in every country you are facing a lot of unemployment and so forth. So instead of just talking about being employment, we also prepare them to be entrepreneurs. Okay? So from a startup, we start up with the fintechs, we assist them and we match make them. During our FinLab talk and so forth, we will match what does this SME require, especially the startup, to the fintech providers who could provide solution to them. So we match make them and we handhold them how to do progression from small startup to those who become bankable. So that's the progression that we did, and this is part of not only business proposition, but also our own ESG. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. We've reached the end with regard to the formal questions to the panelists. We just have a few minutes left for open questions to the floor. I'm not sure if there's a mic floating around, but are there any questions from the floor for the panel? We have a question here, please. Is there a mic?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. My name is Zalika Mirzan. I'm delegate from Universitas Tanjung Pura Pontianak, West Borneo, Indonesia. I have a question from our honorable for of you all. And a question, nowadays, so many banks in the Indonesia and others countries like non-government bank cheating and give many interest or riba for the customer. The case is like makes some of entrepreneur and investor bankrupt on billion rupiah or dollar. Include me, I lose my money, my experience here, from non-government bank in my saving. And the trust of Islamic finance, banking and NGO like zakat and charity community become increasingly. So my question is, how can we as the practitioner overcome these trust issues in the world? Because many of people do not trust again with Islamic finance, banking or community because they are cheating. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Who would like to take it? Thank you, Mr. Fauzi. Jima, thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, I think this is the communal homework for the industry. So when, for example, when Alami entered this industry in 2019, we're not starting from zero. I believe we're starting from negative. So because the perception about general Islamic finance is negative because there are many, as you said, cheaters or irresponsible group of people that selling the name of Islam for personal gain. And because, especially in Indonesia, the literacy is still low, whatever Islamic, a lot of people, they just follow, right? So I think this is the communal homework to increase the financial literacy, especially when it comes to Islamic financial literacy, so that people understand which one is regulated by OJK, for example, which one is not, right? Because a lot of these things that are not regulated, is easier for them to do this kind of fraud. But if it's regulated, there will be like harder. It's not impossible, but it's harder to cheat. And I think from the player's perspective, I think it's our responsibility to showcase our brand and gain the trust of the people of our market. So for example, for peer-to-peer lending, we do customer education that there are risks connected to this product. You know, you might lose your money. So we say this upfront, and we don't like promise like you guarantee your money back and everything, right? So I think OJK has been doing a good job when it comes to fintech lending, for example, in this case, to do socialization to different universities, different people in different town as part of getting the license a couple of years ago before pandemic. And I think for Alami personally, we would like to increase this financial literacy as well. So we came up with Alami Institute that work with 70 universities in Indonesia and abroad to increase the financial literacy. We came up with different programs for university students as well. And for the startups, a lot of entrepreneurs, fast-growing SMEs, we came up with a accelerator program called ARCOM. There are like 4,000 SMEs joining our program, and in there, we're really trying to educate them on how to be having a sustainable growth in this digital world. So I guess to quickly answer your questions, I feel you, because when we first started, like, nobody trusts us because the name Islamic is very low in this part of the world, I mean, in Indonesia. But I think with good performance and good brand and being trusted both from financial perspective, meaning like the governance is there, the license is there, and second, on the fully committed on the Islamic structure, I think that can push a new element, a new era of the Islamic finance coming from technology. So yeah.
Thank you very, very much. I think we have to conclude. We've run out of time. Conclude. Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, I think we ran out of time. Thank you. I think just in conclusion from my side as the moderator, I think just to acknowledge the organizers for actually putting this topic on the actual panel for discussion. I think it is such a crucial topic that needs to be debated, and there's rich insights as well that has been provided today. So thank you again, once again, to the organizers as well as to our panelists. We appreciate it. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
I would request the distinguished speakers to please remain on stage for a group photo. Also, the certificates will be presented after the end of panel 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a very thought-provoking discussion. We shall now proceed to our second panel. Our second panel discussion is on the use of technology for enhancing social responsibility in Islamic banking and finance. For this panel, I would like to call upon Muhammad Gunawan Yasni, Sharia scholar, as the moderator.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa ba'd. Distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, distinguished speakers, I would like to call to the stage first my close friend, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, Vice Chairman of Badan Wakaf Indonesia. Please take the seat on the stage, Brother Imam. Second is Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, Director of Islamic Economy Infrastructure Ecosystem, KNAKS Indonesia. And then Brother Muhammad Khan, Head of Islamic Banking, Habib Metro Sirat, Pakistan. Please come to the stage. Last but not least, Sister Nur Azian Ismail, Senior Director, Group Islamic Business and Takaful, Maybank, Malaysia. All right. Please take the seat. Yeah. Okay, here we go for the second panel session. Yeah, right. This panel, we will discuss the use of technology for enhancing social responsibility in Islamic banking and finance. We have come a long way from our homes, countries, from Pakistan. Brother Imam, Brother Emir, and of course Sister Noor is a bit close. Malaysia, Indonesia, probably Jakarta. Probably we are living very close, right? But we are trying to close the gap of, demographic or geographic thing by enhancing the technology, especially in Islamic banking and finance, in the case of social responsibility. So I would like to address first the question. We have discussed the list of questions, right? I will pick the first question. This is for Brother Imam Sabtono. Technology can help in prioritizing CSR expenditure by aligning them with the needs on the ground. So how can Indonesia make use such technologies for socio-economic development? Is there any, in particular, social token perhaps? Or is there any development from the Badan Wakaf Indonesia concerning this social blockchain perhaps? So, Brother Imam, please. Time and place is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think before I answer directly to the questions, I want to explore about some factors why the innovation in technology is playing a significant role, the strategic role in Indonesia related with the social finance. First, Indonesia is a vast archipelago country. We have 7,000 islands stretching from west to east, and also we are the biggest Muslim population. The second, Indonesia has also recorded as a high frequent country which has a lot of natural disaster, which may make a deterioration in economy if it is occurred. So in Indonesia, it is a custom for us to do charity works and also a donation. And last but not least, the innovation of the technology could help us to answer the issues of that. First of the mobilization of the donation, and then second is also help us to make a allocation and reporting system. And then what about in currently is Badan Wakaf has already done. For examples, before we just implement the e-reporting system this year. Before that, we don't have any data which is could be rely how many or how much money that has already put on the wakaf. If we are talking about wakaf, it is the accumulated asset or money just for the cash wakaf. For some countries, there is no or prohibited cash wakaf, but in Indonesia, our fatwa of ulama is allowed to do a cash wakaf. Again, after we are implement the e-reporting system, so what we have that currently we have recorded 1.7 trillion rupiah of cash wakaf, which is not before that is not detected yet. So it is the power of the technology. And then what about the zakat? I think zakat and wakaf is already mostly the same. Currently, what we have already recorded or detected is less than 5% of the potential zakat and wakaf that we believe in. So currently, yes, again, it is only less than 5% that we have already detected, even both for the zakat and wakaf. So again, the conclude is the technology innovation is very strategic for case of Indonesia. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brother Imam. So I'm temporarily trying to get to the brief conclusion that you are saying technological advancement is really closing the gap between the potential wakaf with the realization of wakaf, right? Okay. All right. All right. My next question will be to Sister Noor. So you are from Maybank, Malaysia. So are leaders ready to embrace technological social responsibility? Because Maybank is about commercial, right? As a new business imperative for the AI and digitalization era. How is Maybank looking into this? Are you tapping also the social responsibility activities in your Maybank Malaysia?
Thank you so much for the question, moderators. Assalamualaikum and warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before I start formally from Maybank, let me share about what happened at Malaysia level. At national level, we have Bank Negara. They have recently issued Bank Negara Financial Sector Blueprint 2022 and 2026. So it set out a very clear visions of Bank Negara towards financial sector, so that the financial sector able to be agile and resilient in support the transitions of our nation to its next stage of development. Bank Negara has set out 5 priorities. Priority number 3 is related to the digitalization, which is advancing digitalizations of the financial sector. That at the national level. Here, we at Maybank Group, let me introduce maybe some of you guys. I'm not aware about how big is Maybank. Okay, we are established since 1960. We are among the top 5, the largest in the Southeast Asia, with a total asset worth of US dollar 150 billions. All right, we have roughly about 2,200 international network and office in 20 countries. All right, how actually are we ready to embrace AI or digitalization? Yes, we are ready. We recently unveiled our M25 Plus. All right, this is, we built the foundation from the previous M25 plan. This is our business strategies. And we redefine again our deeper purpose, becoming a values-driven platform powered by bionic human resource that humanizes financial services. In that sense, we also have come up with 5 key strategic thrusts, namely, which is We have that. We have that digitalization. We have that sustainability. We have 5. First, in terms of we intensify customer centricity, accelerating digitalizations and technological modernizations. We also strengthen Maybank presence and position beyond Malaysia. We drive our leadership in sustainability agenda. And lastly, be the global leaders in Islamic finance. Hence, we are ready to take forward this kind of digital era. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I got a little glimpse of how Maybank is going to do with the AI and the digitalization in accordance to the social responsibility. So it is actually kind of mandate from the Bank Negara Malaysia also. All right. All right, my next question is to my brother, Sultan Emir, Dr. Sultan Emir, who is Director of Islamic Economy Infrastructure Ecosystem. Brother Emir, please share with us the role and development at the KNKS. Before it was just a KNKS, right? Without an E. To enhance the development of the Islamic economy and financial ecosystem in Indonesia. And so far, what are the outcomes already? Please.
Thank you, Abang Da Iwan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, I would like to thank Cambridge IFA for having me here as one of the representatives of KNKS. Regarding to the answer to your question, I would like to, again, probably some of you may not know KNKS. KNKS is a non-structural government entity dedicated to accelerate, advance, and develop the Islamic economy and finance in the country, which is directly chaired by His Excellency President Joko Widodo, and the Vice President is the executive chairman of this committee. And there are 16 ministries and relevant authorities involved in this committee. That's why it's called committee. The leaders are President and Vice President, and the members are head of relevant authorities and ministers, the one who will execute the programs. And for ourselves, we are the executive management component, which is the substantive team of this committee. So far, Alhamdulillah, since the launch of the Indonesian Master Plan, Indonesian Islamic Economic Master Plan 2019-2024, in which Indonesia has the vision to be one of the global hubs in Islamic economy and finance. And there are 5 clusters that we need to focus. Namely, the first one is halal industry. Second one is Islamic financial services. The third one is Islamic social finance. The fourth one is Islamic business and entrepreneurship. And the last one is Islamic economy supporting ecosystem. I'm very fortunate because we are going to have a plenary meeting soon. So I have some data here that will be reported to the Vice President regarding the development or the outcomes. And some of them have been mentioned by Dr. Imam. The first one, related to Islamic social finance, it has been mentioned that now the total accumulated cash wakaf is around 1.7 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is of course blessing from Allah, but this is also the outcome of the launch of National Cash Wakaf Movement. So His Excellency President Joko Widodo last year launched National Cash Wakaf Movement. Of course, Pak Imam was involved also there. And in March 2021, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 800 billion rupiah only. But just 1 year plus, the total detected or recorded cash wakaf has improved to 1.7 trillion. If you don't mind, give a round of applause to BWI. And also, during 1 year, or probably 6 months, 1,478 certified Nazir have been licensed by BWI. And then also, the technical notes on Wakaf core principles on good Nazir governance has been launched and accommodated also by World Zakat and Wakaf Forum. And related to Islamic financial services, I will start with Islamic microfinance. KNIKS, along with other stakeholders, has helped 310 Islamic microfinance institutions across 7 provinces to conduct digital transformation. Indonesia, by default, is already a digital country. Probably you are the one who arrived here in Jakarta. When you arrive at the airport, there is no need anymore to fill up custom form. Yeah, the custom form has been digitalized. And now, everywhere you go, we pay mostly by QRIS. So it's already quite okay. Yeah. Then, related to Islamic financial services, I would like to inform you also that beside, of course, the merger of BSI as the largest Islamic bank, during these 6 months probably, there is a record of around 11.69 trillion rupiah Islamic public and partnership, Islamic public-private partnership scheme to construct highways, and also 1.65 trillion rupiah for Oslo Islamic public-private partnership for irrigation, around 1.68 trillion rupiah for HLD interconnection. I also don't know what is HLD, so I'm so sorry. Yeah, and also one of the projects is to build hospitals in one of the cities in Indonesia, 1.69 trillion using Islamic public and private scheme. And Alhamdulillah also, the market share of Islamic finance in the country, of course, it's still far from its potential, already stood at 10.77% per September, which include banking, Islamic banking around 7.03%, then non-banking financial institution around 4.6%, and Islamic capital market excluding share around 18%. For share, Sharia compliant share, more than 50% of listed stock in Indonesian Stock Exchange is already Sharia compliant. Although in terms of market capitalization, probably around 47 to 48%. And of course, this is the second one. The third one is around is about halal industry. At the moment, Indonesia already has 3 halal industrial estates, 31 halal inspection agency, and 155 155 halal auditor, and more when we talk about halal supervisor and other things. And of course, about a community, about business and entrepreneurship, our halal product export to OIC countries has reached 875.4 million US dollar. This is quite a significant increase by 18.49% compared to the same quarter in 2021. And then also at domestic level, the last trade expo Indonesia has recorded 1.34 million US dollar transaction or commitment during the ISEF also 65 million rupiah. And then there is MOU signing between Nusantara Fashion House in Malaysia. Yeah, we also recorded around 68 million rupiah. And also export financing for micro, small and medium enterprises stood around 973 million rupiah. And the last one is about supporting ecosystem. At the moment, to support the Islamic economic and financial ecosystem, National Research and Innovation Agency has come out with action plan for the research 2020, 2024, which along with the funding for that, focusing on how to come out for halal product import substitution, because we want to reduce import, dependency on import, and to increase our local self-sustainability and also sufficiency. And also they are doing research now for halal authentication technology, how to speed up the halal certification when they want to test, let's say, a product, just like PCR. For a few minutes, you can detect whether it is halal or not. So they have action plan for 2 years to do this. And one of their laboratories has been dedicated for halal laboratories. Yeah. And then they did with us also, for the first time, Halal Tech Expo and showcasing, in which not only showcasing the micro and small medium enterprises product, but to help them with technology assistance. And the last one, in Indonesia at the moment, there are 6 regional committees. So we are national committee. So there are also 6 regional committees in 6 provinces, and inshallah more provinces will form the regional committee in few months to come, inshallah. Probably that's what I can share with you today.
All right, Dr. Emir, thank you very much for such a rather long explanation, but it's statistics. Of course, we have to be thorough with the statistics. So, moving to the next panelist, our brother, Mr. Muhammad Khan, has joined us from one of the leading banks in Pakistan. Mr. Khan, please share with us the major technological developments at your bank and in other general banking sector in Pakistan, and how it is contributing to socio-economic problems. Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. Thank you very much, brother, moderator. First is most important thing, good to be here in Indonesia. We came here yesterday, and great hospitality, great people. Thank you very much. Pakistan is a third world country. Pakistan has his major challenges over the year. Some of the challenges which Pakistan is facing is illiteracy, poverty, high inflation rate, and most importantly, unemployment. Like another country, any financial institutions in any other country are the main source and the major stakeholder when it comes to address such challenges. So, and those financial institutions, with the modern technology we have, is the major tool for them to work upon and work around in order to address these challenges. Over the years in Pakistan, it's always good to see when the government as well as the regulator comes and address these challenges with the banks. To understand those challenges in Pakistan, in last couple of years, the government along its regulator have come up to ensure these challenges were met through introduction of subsidized financing. Subsidized financing for the housing industry, also subsidized financing for SME, ME, and most importantly for agri, and also a subsidized financing for the new entrepreneurs. As earlier panelist has expressed, there are about 60% of Pakistani population are below 30 years old. A lot of new graduates, whether a woman, whether a man, a boy, and a girl who are being graduated, in order to give them the exposure of the entrepreneurship, the government of Pakistan, along with regulator, have come up with more and more innovative solutions for them to borrow the money, even through Islamic banking, in order to start on their business and cater the unemployment. That has been the mode front. The organization which I work for, Habib Metropolitan Sarat Islamic Banking, to strategize and ensure they are in line with the overall, the government and the regulator initiatives. We have also tried to contribute to that segments In order to contribute for the housing segment, we proudly can say we have utilized one of the fintechs availability. We all know how fintechs operate. In order to facilitate those people who are low income and who really wants to own the housing, which is the major issue in Pakistan, we have actually approached them through the fintech. That has given a huge influence for those segments which we are lucky to contribute. Having said that, when it comes to SME and ME, when we really want to utilize, again, the technology part, which is the most important, to reach out to those where we can reduce the cost and improve the TAT, which is the turnaround time. That has also been the major focus over the year. Besides that, we has also been Habib Metropolitan Sirat being up for all the new digital solution availability to ensure that certain communities to be reached out and get them to towards the banking sector. We have a majority of them, which is our unbanked areas still in Pakistan. So adding to that, when it comes to retail, we have our own digital solution where we are opening accounts. We also have a digital solution for overseas Pakistanis where they are sitting their respective countries and ensuring to contribute through this to Pakistan for their social economy. So in totality, when it comes to the digitalization and Habib Metro, we are pretty much keen and understanding. Without this, we actually won't be able to contribute majorly when it comes to social economics. So we are pretty much geared up, and we are looking forward to get more and more understanding and implementation through our digital platform. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brother Khan. All right, this next question will be for all panelists. Yeah. We know that in this second session, we talk about the use of technology for enhancing social responsibility in Islamic banking and finance. And we know that social responsibility is the intrinsic value of Islamic banking and finance. We talk about the maqasidus sharia and everything, right? So we cannot neglect the nature, we cannot neglect our future offsprings. Therefore, Islamic banks face even more expectations in performing these aspects. In general term, we call it an ESG, right? Environmental, social, governance, right? So is there any general framework required for Islamic banks, perhaps? Then I would like to give the first opportunity to explain to Sister Noor. So Sister Noor, please.
Thank you. In Malaysia, in the context of Malaysia, Bank Negara somewhere in October 2018 has issued value-based intermediations. We have launched this. They have come up with the key strategies papers that focus in terms of unlocking the potential of the Islamic finance and realigning focus towards creating a greater social economic impact, redefine common underpin trust of VBI, and also creating enabling environment for VBI. So those are the framework by the nations. And so what happened at Maybank Group, we work closely with Bank Negara and also industries to further develop the value-based intermediation, financing and investment impact assessment framework, a sectorial guidance document. Okay, what happened? We actively contribute in the developments of the sectorial guide for the manufacturing industry, one of the 3 sectorial guide published by VIBIF working group in 2021, alongside with the guidance document for oil and gas and also constructions and infrastructure industry. So with these sectorial guides, it will provide an in-depth impact-based risk management toolkit for financial institutions to implement VBI at a more granular and transactional level. Thank you.
All right, very nice explanation from Malaysia then. What about you, Brother Khan? what about Pakistan?
See, any framework obviously is welcomed and is obviously going to help and ensuring that there's a framework to look up to when it comes to social, economic. But I would like to take it a separate route on it, whether there's a framework, yes or no. I think it's an obligation for any institution, whether Islamic or non-Islamic, that has to contribute. As I mentioned earlier, these are the major source institution, the financial institution, when it comes to the social economics. See, the challenges faced by the entire globally, maybe they are differently country to country, but I believe, and I'm a firm believer of that, as just because you had mentioned there's a Muslim maqasid al-Sharia, even for institution being working in Islamic countries, they have their own obligation to contribute. So yes, framework should be there, and it can be. In Pakistan, we are working whether as in a national forum as well as to the banks level. It's obviously going to support and ensure the transparency in overall, but besides that, and I think this is the time in knowing the COVID-19, which is gone now. In Pakistan, we recently had some floods and overall. So the obligation on the institution by itself, I think that's what is taking us forward and ensuring that should be in place. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brother Khan. What about in Indonesia then? Pak Imam or Pak Emir? Would you like to go for which one is going first? It's up to you.
Thank you, Pak Iwan. In Indonesia, as probably all of us are aware, that Indonesian government has a target to achieve a net zero emission by 2060. Yeah, and with regards to financial institution, our regulator, OJK, Financial Services Authority, has launched 2 phases of sustainable finance roadmap. In the first one, or first phase, 2015 to 2019, the focus is to actually to create understanding and to improve understanding and capacity of financial institution to move forward toward a low carbon economy. And there are several achievements after the roadmap phase 1 has been launched, such as, for example, introduction of sustainable finance principles, identification of numerous sustainable business criteria, developing an incentive scheme, and conducting series of training programs for the financial institution. And in the second phase, OJK aims to accelerate the implementation of environmental, social, and governance aspect, as you mentioned, ESG. And it focuses on creating a comprehensive sustainable finance ecosystem that involve all related parties and promoting cooperation at various levels. And Alhamdulillah also, Islamic financial institution have taken several action related to this. They give green financing. Recently, our Deposit Insurance Corporation, LPS, they conducted LPS Banking Award. And one of the criteria is for the most active bank in green banking practices. And for Sharia, for Islamic bank, it goes or it went to BSI this time. And BSI has allocated around 51.03 trillion rupiah sustainable financing, or around almost 26% of its total financing. And they have now implemented across the bank digital approval or signature for the SPV level to directors. And they come out also with several criteria to approve financing, such as no pollution is evident during the production process, no contamination and waste treatment should be in accordance with provision, no complaints reported by the residents living in the business site, and compliance with all prevailing government regulation such as business ownership permit. So this is some development that I can share with you. Maybe Pak Imam can...
Pak Imam, would you like to add to that? Perhaps a specific framework from the Badan Wakaf Indonesia?
Yes, thank you. I think all we have agreed that for the Islamic institution that Maqasidul Sharia has to be a main KPI for its institution. Technology just a tool, not the goals. And then what Badan Wakaf Indonesia or Indonesian Wakaf Board make a framework of the IT implementation related with that is we divided the Wakaf activities into three. First is the mobilization, second is development, and then third is distribution. About the mobilization, we focus on two. First is literation. As we may know that the literation wakaf in Indonesia, if we put into index, the wakaf is 40% below than the zakat in terms of the literation. So I think this is our main homework of the Badan Wakaf Indonesia. The second is about the reporting system of the wakaf mobilization asset. It is quite different with the other country, which made that the Nazir is just for one Nazir or centralized Nazir for one country or for the one region or province. In Indonesia, anybody can be a Nazir. And currently, we have already recorded around 40,000 Nazir or Mutawali in Indonesia. So it is the real homework for us. For the 400,000, only 300 that has been make good reporting to the Badan Wakaf Indonesia. So this is this is a problem, but it is also the huge potential of the wakaf sector in Indonesia. The second is development. About the development, we are talking about the competencies or capabilities of the Nazir. So the second framework is how to develop of the competencies of the Nazir. Yes, we have already launched the certification. As Pak Sultan mentioned, that we have already certificate around 1,400. It is enough? No, because the number that has to be certified is 400,000. So we need 400 years to be certified of all of the Nazir. If we do not make any reformation of the wakaf sectors. The third is the distribution. Now we are encourage anybody who could serve, because we leave it decentralized about the IT development. We have partnered with the banking, because banking has the role is to mobilize, helping Nazir to mobilize the assets. So it depends on the IT system of the banking. And we also invite any players who could deliver the blockchains model, because we believe that if we could implement the blockchains, we could tracking and monitoring of the wakaf asset from the mobilization up to the distribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Pa Imam. I think I would like to ask furthermore all the panelists about the technological innovations. When it comes to social responsibility, you mentioned about the musibah, right, the disasters. So usually when disasters occur, the technology is down, right? You cannot just, send your charity fund into some people, some needies in, let's say, Cianjur, because they cannot use the ATMs, they cannot use the mobile banking at that time because disaster occurred. So my questions to all the panelists: technological innovations are empowering more people to take better control of their finances, even in disasters, of course. So does the future entail financial independence or more dependency on technology, especially in the economy, like in Indonesia, of course, like in Pakistan, like in Malaysia, perhaps? Because we are facing, like Indonesia here, we are living in what we call the ring of fire, right? And we had like 5 disasters within a month. then the needy people there, they cannot really use the technology. So how do you respond to this? I would go to Brother Emir first, because see, anything
yeah.
you can explain.
This is not part of the question that we agreed. It's okay.
Yeah, this is some improvisation.
Yeah. As you know that according to Charity Aid Foundation, in their World Giving Index, Alhamdulillah, maybe this is not for us to be complacent, but to motivate us to do more. Indonesians are regarded as the most generous people. And number one, according to the Charity Aid Foundation. And it is true, somehow, according to my observation. I'm not going to use this because there is no clue for here. Yeah. Number one, what is our traditional principle? We call it gotong royong. Probably sister also understand because we use the similar language. Gotong royong means we cooperate, yeah, each other during difficulties, or we also celebrate together during happiness. And this is like a very basic core value of Indonesian. So when, for example, any disaster or any crisis happen, people will react automatically. I will give an example of a platform called kitabisa.com. Yeah, I'm not promoting, but this is just telling the fact. They came out during the COVID-19 crisis, and they managed to, this is kind of like crowdfunding, yeah, but of course for donation. They managed to collect, if I'm not mistaken, more than 1 trillion rupiah. So this is to show that Indonesian, even if they are in difficulties, but helping, they will come. And when there is disaster, automatically everybody will come and collect the money. And some volunteers are willing to go to the site, although it might risk their life. Maybe Dr. Imam will give more examples because he is in that. Yeah? But that kind of culture is actually very in line with Islam. Yeah, with principle of even with Islamic economy and finance. Gotong royong is basically principle of profit and loss sharing. Yeah. Thank you.
Pak Imam, would you like to add to that? I mean, probably some experience in practice, perhaps, yes?
Yes. In the technology point of view, it is saying that something that cannot be digitized is very valuable. So, again, yes, Indonesia has a social capital, which is including the gotong royong, mutual charity, and also the extended family. During the economic shocks, it is quite different with our brother in Europe, where you don't have any salary or employment, then you just go back to your parents' house. It is the best solution in Indonesia. To the kampung. So there is no issue when we are getting an economic shock during 1998, 2010, because again, the social capital is there. But again, besides that, I strongly believe that for the futures, the technology has to make important and strategic role in terms of the, again, mobilization and also related with the campaign, because if we have the social media, there is a lot of fundraising we could mobilize coming from the live report by using YouTube and something like that. It is proven, and also yes, for some area, if there is a disaster, there is a disturbance on the network, but on the other side, the infrastructure is still remains. Thank you.
Right. What about you, Brother Khan? What about in Pakistan?
See, first part of your question was the technologies generally don't work when the disaster occur. You're absolutely right. But whenever disaster occur, actually the post-transition is the most important thing after the disaster. This is where we need the best of the best to ensure that we actually bring them back to the life. So the technological upfront comes actually after that. I would like to share the example. I won't take much time. 2 years ago, the ex-government, when Imran Khan was there, we know how the COVID struck globally, and I'm sure it struck every country in the world. We had the challenge, we already was a depressive economy. A lot of Pakistanis are onto daily wages. They have lost their work. A lot of factories were closed. Exports were down. Companies weren't running. So at that time, the government came up with a very good program by the name of SYMPOSIUM program. It was a very renowned program led by a very strong woman in Pakistan, Dr. Thania Nishtar. So when that program was launched, we were talking about tens of millions of families. So the government decided to just give them the salaries and the money so at least they can have their daily routine thing going on without working. That was a phenomenal thing to do by the government of Pakistan in ensuring that people of Pakistan won't strive more, they always strive, and won't go a hunger. So for that, the government of Pakistan has adopted the technological front. So the process of registering a family who can get some financial support, it was through a technology. From registering from all the way till disbursement, there was no human intervention, there was no paper involved. So the true face of technology and digitalization was actually executed by Pakistan at the most difficult time, and it was a very successful. This program, I urge every student who is sitting here, please do go and research for the program by the name Ihsas, and it was implemented across, and it was a very well thought out program, and it was not possible without the technology. Thank you.
All right, sister, what about Maybank Malaysia?
Yeah, we talk about communities. From Maybank perspective, we care about our people. We have 43,000 Maybankers. When disasters happen, what happened to our people, Maybankers? So during this kind of pandemic or disaster, we immediately activate our first call. We call it our call tree exercise. We need to know where's the whereabouts of them. And then during the last 6 states in Malaysia affected by floods. So what we observe, we call in how many affected Maybankers, right? And we reach out to them, we help them, we deploy volunteers. As such, we have actually providing 681,000 being disbursed to affected Maybankers. And on top of that, we also allocated roughly about 4.2 million as an additional support to affected Maybankers. On top of that, we also support the 8,690 flood victims in 6 states in Malaysia. We also distribute roughly about 1,113.68 million to 812 customers' accounts. These are affected customers. And we have our Takaful and also insurance arm. We call it AZICA. We contributed roughly 1.5 million in flood relief for affected individuals, including our agents, employees, students, and a broader community. And lastly, in Jakarta, we partner with Toraja Melo. We donated roughly about Indonesian rupiah 50 million to 210 flood and landslide victims. I think these are the efforts that Maybank as a group helps the society. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sister Noor. I think we still have around less than 10 minutes before reaching the clock to 1 o'clock, because this session is going to be ended on 1 o'clock. So I would like to give the floor, the opportunity to ask these all great panelists here, 4 of them, and please mention your name, from which institution, and to whom you are addressing the question. So I think I'm going to start with that lady over there. Sister Annie, right? Yeah. And who else? Maybe one other? All right, since this is about Women Awards, right? So I'm going to give the
women.
Ibu. Yeah. Sister Annie, please. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Burniati Mukhlisin, or he calls me Annie. I'm director of a Tazkiyah University located in Bogor, just 1 hour from here. Thank you, Bang Iwan. Just would like to ask Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Pak Imam, and also from Indonesian's part, Dr. Emir, about financial inclusion that we've been actually talking about from social finance perspective. None of the speakers today mentioned about, of course you mentioned about underserved, but I would like to see the financial inclusions that also caters our disabilities, group with disabilities. How far actually the Wakaf core principles actually mention about it, and also the rules and the points noted by the Dr. Emir also mentioned about disabilities, and how can we measure the performance of Islamic banking and finance, and also takaful to what extent they actually have covered the financial inclusions to these people with disabilities. Not only them as a targeted, but also them as a waqif, as the depositors. And also for Pakistan and Malaysia, I'm sure you have actually quite advanced, but I would like also to see how much actually Maybank and our brother Khan, to what extent you have actually covered, let's say, the technology savvy, how far actually people with disabilities can manage with the mobile banking. They don't have braille mobile banking. So I voice out this one because I'm afraid that the verses Abasa wa tawalla ja'ahul a'ma, that was not addressed only to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but also to us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Sister Annie. I think I'm trying to get the question. It's about inclusions for disabilities, and I think in the performance index of that kind of inclusions. What about it in BWI or in calculation of KN EKS or in your bank, Brother Khan, as well as in Maybank, Sister? I think that's the brief of the question, right? So before you all answering that particular question, I would like to give one more opportunity for the lady over there to, raise your question, please. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to the distinguished speakers, moderator, and the audience. Yeah, my name is Sheila Halim. I'm from Maybank Etika, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm very pleased to be here. So I have a question to Mr. Muhammad Khan. Yeah, a bit off tangent, but it's still relevant to the use of technology. Yeah, the use of technology as a key enabler, yeah, in regards to the leap growth of fintech and digitalization, yeah, which we see this is mushrooming and this is the way of the new normal. And with that, it seems like we get closer to our customers faster and better in terms of their customer experience. But however, these are done predominantly in the virtual space. And we see less and less interaction with the customer face-to-face. So on that note, Mr. Khan, in your view, and my concern personally on the spillover, would this also see the rise of the indecent activities, such as the scammers, the swindlers, who would take the advantage or scamming people, especially the people that we care about, the deserving community who are in our sustainability agenda. So this actually relates to what you mentioned about ERSAS, about how you help people and helping them during the situation when they need help from the government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think the first question's to all of you four, but the second one is directly to Brother Khan. So Brother Khan, please.
So I'll take first most answering to Annie. Yes, when I came from and the organization I'm representing, Alhamdulillah, we are actually working for the people who are with the special needs and so-called the disability. Just recently in 2022, being the Islamic Bank, we hired a massive people in Islamic banking with the disability. And Alhamdulillah, so we have given them the exact career path which a normal or the person who doesn't have such disabilities are actually getting. So we found them very passionate, we found them very enthusiastic, and we found them the part of the family of Habib Metropolitan. And that is not only this year, continuously, whether Islamic or our conventional unit, we are pretty much committed to that segment, and we really feel since they are graduating and they are the future of Pakistan, and get them such an opportunity would always not only help us to grow, but also help their transformation in life. So I'm all vouching for that, but yet still there's a lot to be done. Every country, every segment, every institution, whether they are banking or non-banking, I think this is one channel, and I think we should look into it. And I'm obviously a firm believer, the more we go towards that, the more satisfaction we'll get as a Muslims as well. To the second part, to you regarding this technology and upfront, see what is happening around the world is very important to see. In my organization, we have a legacy about over 100 years of legacy. Currently, we are dealing with the third generation of customers within a bank. And the third generation is a millennials. So what they do, the only thing they understand is digital, gadgets, apps, and everything. So in order to be relevant, in order to serve that segment, yes, the technology part has to be there, and it is the need of the hour. But yet, you're absolutely right, is actually they will kind of disconnect in a manner the interaction part, which is again is most important thing. So any bank, any financial institution, non-institution has to balance it, because they need to understand the new need of the hour in ensuring to delivering, yet to find the ways of interacting and ensuring to have the more joint capabilities of executing things. But yes, this is a challenge, and I think institutions are looking forward to it. And I believe as passage and time will grow, eventually it'll come up and it will actually be a part of our lives. See, the biggest challenge besides the technology, what I feel, having the technology in digitalization in institution are there. The only thing is their implementation. See, all banks have their digital impact available, but unfortunately, you don't see all your customers are using that technology. So the literacy on the financial or especially the technological front, I think this is the most important for all of us to ensuring, and that technology will, the benefit of that technology will has to go all the way to the main concerns. And I believe for that, we all need to work very harder and ensuring that everyone will get the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before I go to Dr. Ayman and Dr. Imam, I would like to give the opportunity first to Sister Noor, responding the first question from Sister Ani.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Zani, for the questions. In Maybank, we have our flagship programs. We call it Rich Independence and Sustainable Entrepreneur. For these programs, these are our flagship programs that we aim to empower entrepreneurs with this ability and this advantage of the small business owners across Asia. Okay? For that, they can improve their life and also the families. Okay, this was launched somewhere in 2014. Just hold on, yeah. We have launched this. This flagship was launched in 2014. So we expand from Malaysia to Indonesia, subsequently to Philippines and Laos. As at 2019, we have reached out to almost 4,777 disability entrepreneurs to undertake our programs. And under our RISE 2.0 programs, we extend further to Myanmar and also Singapore. For this 2.0 flagship program, we aim to improve the life of more than 17,000 people with disability, for them to equip them with the right tools and technique for them to sustain themselves in the digital era. That is our first flagship program. Next, we have a dedicated flagship for women. We call it Maybank Women Eco Weavers. We launched, for these programs, we aim to promote financial independence and inclusion for women from marginal community while preserving the traditional arts of weaving, which is an important element of cultural expression in Asia. What we have done, we provide trainings, business skills, capability buildings, as well as access to microfinancing. We first launched in Cambodia and also Indonesia in 2016. Later on, we expand to Laos in 2018 and Malaysia in 2019. So as of now, we have 2 centers in Cambodia, 4 in Indonesia, 1 each in Laos and Malaysia. Next, in Laos and Cambodia, we have provided technical trainings and mulberry slapping to mulberry farmers, where we help the mulberry farms for them to provide mulberry leaf to feed the silkworms. As of today, how many women we have touched? For weavers, we have trained 1,133 women. Farmers, we have supported roughly about 1,072 mulberry farmers. And how many plants that we've planted? We have planted a total of 309,201 trees. I think those are our commitment towards sustainability. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I would like to ask Dr. Imam, perhaps before Dr. Amir gives some conclusion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Ani. I think, we may admit that at this time, there is no specific program targeting disabilities, which is run by Badan Wakaf Indonesia. Again, maybe because our function, our role is more on the regulation, but at least we have included in the Wakaf core principle document that the disability development program is one of the area that must be developed. At the moment, we are just focusing on health development in general. Currently, Badan Wakaf Indonesia assisted some Nazir to develop the Wakaf Hospital, which is focused on the duafa to get the health services. And however, the disability empowerment program is carried out by several Nazirs, as long as I know, through the provision of special school for disabilities. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Imam. What about Dr. Amir? Maybe you have to give some conclusion to this. Yes.
Yeah, my conclusion is Madam Rector Dr. Ani is always good at finding difficult question. That's my conclusion. But Madam Ani, Madam Rector, according to the latest survey conducted by OJK, Financial Services Authority, in 2022, the Financial Inclusion Index has reached 85.10%. It has increased from 76.19% in 2019. But honestly here, because this is a sudden question, I'm not sure is there any specific index for those who are in disabilities or not. But looking at the answer given by Sister and also Dr. Imam, and she clearly mentioned that because Maybank has operation in Indonesia, there are some programs related to disabilities. I'm sure also other banks, including other Islamic banks, they have similar programs related to disabilities. So And of course also related to zakat, infak, sedekah, and awqaf, there is productive zakah and productive awqaf, yeah, to help those who are marginalized. The definition of marginalized, including, I believe, is those who are in disabilities. So my conclusion is, she raised a difficult question. That's it. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Big applause to all the panelists. Dr. Imam Teguh Saptono, Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, Brother Muhammad Khan, and Sister Nur Azin Ismail. So I think we have reached, oh no, it's already past 1 o'clock. So I think my time is up. So I would like to give to Sister Tabina Hussein to, I give, the session to you back. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers. Please remain on stage for a group photo. Thank you, speakers, for a truly engaging and thought-provoking session. I would like to call upon Dr. Humayun Dar, Chairman, Cambridge IFA, to please come on stage and present the certificates to the speakers. May I please request Malika Badri Mohammed, CEO of Zamzam Bank, to please come on stage to receive her certificate. May I invite Salimullah Sheikh, Deputy CEO of MCB Islamic Bank, to please come on stage. I now invite Mohammad Fauzi Muridan, Country Head of UOB Islamic Banking, to please come on stage to receive your certificate. May I invite Dimi Dajani, Founder and President Commissioner of Alami Group, to please come on stage. I now invite Mohammad Naeem Ibrahim, Head of Retail Banking, FNB Islamic Banking, to please come on stage. May I invite Dr. Imam Tego Saptono, Vice Chairman of Badan Waqf Indonesia, to please come on stage. May I now invite Dr. Sultan Amir Hidayat, Director of Islamic Economy Infrastructure Ecosystem Indonesia, to please come on stage. May I invite Muhammad Khan, Head of Islamic Banking, Habib Metro Sirat, to please come on stage. May I now invite Noor Azian Ismail, Senior Director, Group Islamic Bank Business and Takaful, Maybank, Malaysia, to please come on stage. May I now call upon Mohammad Gunawan Yasni to please come on stage to receive your certificate. Now I would like to call upon Dato Dr. Ashraf Wajdi Dasuki, Economic Advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, to please come on stage to receive his certificate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Dar. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and for sitting back for so long. We now have lunch ready. Kindly please proceed to the ballroom 1. And after lunch, we would convene back after an hour for our Womanize Symposium. And I would request you all to please attend the Womanize Symposium, as it is an immensely important topic on women empowerment. So I hope to see you all again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting our Womanize Symposium in about 5 minutes. So I would like to request everyone to please return to the hall so that we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin in about 30 seconds. Welcome back. Despite being comprising of more than half of the world population, women remain underrepresented and undervalued, even in this age of technology and advancement. Womanize Symposium aims to bring diverse women from across the globe on one platform to discuss issues of women empowerment, opportunities, and leadership. Our first panel discussion is on women empowerment and inclusion, a determination of economic growth. I would like to request Shiza Ahmed, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Habib Metro Bank, to please come on stage as moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a nice lunch. Post-lunch sessions are always a challenge, so we'll try to keep you all engaged. To begin with, I'd like to give you some background. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations have only 26% female representation at senior management level. In Pakistan, where I come from, only 22% women represent the total population in the workforce. The UAE, however, in the region, gives us all some sort of inspiration. It's ranked the first regionally in gender equality by the UNDP, and it has a high representation of women in the workforce. So it has successfully embedded diversity and inclusion in its overall culture. The limited participation of women in the workforce costs Asian Pacific economies an estimated USD 89 billion every year. So that's the cost of women not being participative enough in the economy. With greater participation, it is expected and anticipated that Middle East and South Asian economies will be boosted by almost 20 to 30%, which is why it's important to not just talk about this topic today, but every day in our lives, still women have a sufficient level of empowerment and participation in economies. And to do precisely that, I have a great panel here, which I'd like to welcome onto the stage. The topic is Women Empowerment and Inclusion, a Determination of Economic Growth. And the first panelist is the lovely Feroz Mohammed, Chairperson of SANZAF, South African National Zakah Fund. Joanne Enriquez, CEO of Investment Account Platform, Malaysia. And Yunita Resmi Sari, Head of MSME Development and Consumer Protection Department, Bank of Indonesia. Thank you, panelists. And I'm really looking forward to an engaging discussion now. Feroz, my first question is to you as chairman of SANZAF. Economic, social, and political resources are critical for empowering women to contribute in a more meaningful manner toward economic development. So that much we know to be true, but how is South Africa ensuring that this resource allocation remains in alignment with its increasingly significant focus on women empowerment?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته everybody. Shukran, Sister Shiza, for that question. I think when we look at women and if you look at the resources that needs to be allocated to them and specifically from a global perspective, I think we can clearly understand that for any economy to fully operate, not including half of the population, obviously ensures that you don't have a fully cooperated economy where, like I said, half of the population is not participating and have access to. And we know from a female or woman's perspective in terms of when women are empowered, they're obviously very much serving their families, their communities. And if you look at that from an economy's perspective, there's growth and there's obviously very much stability within societies. So if you're looking at from a statistical point of view, women reinvest 90% of their earnings back into their families compared to just 35% of the male counterparts. So coming back to, from a South African perspective, South Africa has many regulations and policies around empowering women. And specifically, if you look at one that facilitates the practical effect of it is the Charlotte Mackenzie initiative. So this initiative was established basically to empower women. So they mobilize stakeholders, the necessary stakeholders locally and internationally to ensure that women have access to opportunities. There's economic justice, there's inclusion, there's rights, there's mediation, etc. And another one, and I think, you know, we normally say within every difficulty there's ease, and what culminated from the pandemic is it resulted in one of the priority focus areas for the government was where they established a reconstruction and a recovery plan and very much focused on gender equality and women inclusion. And with the women inclusion also resulted in youth as well as people with disabilities, where the government has set aside, for example, 40% of the public spend to women. They've created initiatives where women now have access to assets such as land, etc. Women have rights to certain levels of certain education, which wasn't there before, and also access to certain funding for initiatives. And just lastly, from a political point of view, so South Africa's also established what they call I just want to get the proper name so I don't get the name wrong, because it's very much proportional, that's it, proportional representation sectoral system where you now have individuals that have smaller parties actually can have winning seats, and with that to ensure that there is women representation within that as well. So from a South African perspective, obviously we have the private sector as well that I think needs to come on board to ensure that resources are spread equally and fairly to everybody. So if, for example, a private sector has a program for males, they need to have exactly the same similar program for women. So I think there's very much traction that has happened within the South African economy to ensure women inclusion and women empowerment, etc.
It's really heartening to see all the progress that South Africa has made in terms of, driving this agenda of women empowerment and inclusion, and also becoming cognizant of the fact, like Feroz started off with, that when you invest in women empowerment, it actually has like a multi-generational impact, because a woman being empowered leaves to a household, entire household, though the children, the future of those children, she's going to positively impact all of these things. So it has phenomenal impact. Moving on to the second question, I'll direct that to you, Yunita. Indonesia is 85th out of 149 countries in the global gender gap rankings, with a notable wage gap. And it might be partially attributable to restrictive gender norms in the culture. But while these norms limit opportunities for women when it comes to education and empowerment, on the other hand, we have policy and regulation emerging as major drivers and offsetting these imbalances and furthering the agenda of gender equality and parity. So I would request you to comment about how regulation is supporting the women empowerment in Indonesian financial sector specifically.
Yes, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to agree with that proposition that policy and regulation are the major drivers in furthering the agenda for gender equity, including the agenda in the financial sector or more specifically in the financial inclusion. I would like to show you the examples of the regulation in Indonesia. We have this national strategy for financial inclusion, which is based on presidential regulation. Under this strategy, we have this financial inclusion strategy specifically for women, including in how to accelerate the financial access for women, and also the other aspect involving women in the financial sector. Under this strategy, we saw a very improving data on the financial inclusion for women. I can show you that not only the financial inclusion, but financial literacy are improving. Based on our data, our survey, in 2021, 84.7% of women have used formal financial product and services, and it's higher than men. So we can say that the regulation indeed have positive impact in accelerating the financial literacy for women. And also we can mention about the account ownership with a formal financial institution. Men still have higher account of ownership, it's 67.7%, but women is approaching. The account ownership is for women is 63.63%. So we can say that women are now more well literate because of this strategy based on the regulation. But I can say that not only regulation that needs to be executed to accelerate the financial inclusion for women, but also the equal opportunity. So we place the regulation, but we also have to emphasize that we provide the equal opportunity for women to do the business compared to men. With that, I think there will be a better financial sector, because like you said, when we empower women, not only it's impact the economy, but also the household, the family. So I think those two are important, regulation and equal opportunity. Yeah. Thank you.
Very importantly pointed out, and that clearly the measures must be working, because women, the adoption of digital services, financial services by women is greater than men. So, you know, something must be being done very right, and it's working. So it's great to see that. The next question is directed to Joanne. Malaysia globally ranks 104th in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index 2020, and 9th in the Southeast Asian region. So clearly there is a lot of work to be done here in this country. What do you think are some of the leading industries where women are participating at senior levels right now in Malaysia, and how is Malaysia enhancing its women's access to education and economic participation?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum everyone. Thank you for staying after lunch. So we're going to try to make this as engaging as possible for whatever's left of the panel and the rest of the talk. Let me first frame that question and give my opinion on the ranking. So this ranking, because as I was trying to research the question, I was quite astonished that Malaysia was actually now 103 in 2022. That was 2020, it was 104. Now in 2022, it's 103. So I was like, how can that be? But before that, I want to put a disclaimer. I am representing both, well, 3 countries in a way, because I'm both American and Filipino. But I reside in Malaysia, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of Malaysia because the question was regarding Malaysia. So just to give you context, the study, it takes into account 4 aspects of rating. That is health, economy, and education and politics. So because I was quite surprised why Malaysia was 104, it doesn't seem that that's how I experienced it inside Malaysia. I looked at it relative to the other countries. First and foremost, the disparity between the number 1, which is Iceland, and 104, which is Malaysia. I think we're on the 75th percentile, is very small. So their rating is like the difference among the ratings is very, very little, very small, point something. It's a very small fraction. But more importantly, I think what is worth taking note of is that they factor in 14 points. So one of which is politics. So when you score high in politics, that meant that your head of state was a female. So Philippines ranked 19th because we've had 2 female presidents. So obviously in Malaysia, it was 0 because there was none. US also is just number 27 behind the Philippines because it never had a female president. Hillary failed, but now we have a female vice. So I guess I don't necessarily believe that scoring is something worth pondering on. Rather, I want to show what Malaysia has done in terms of the real rules. So they passed a law where 30% of the board has to be female. And that now stands as, I think now we're at around, that's the target, 30%. I think we're now at 24 in the last count. That is highest in Asia and quite significant. Now, I wanted to point out why that is important because as we all know, the decision making is done in the boardroom. And so if you have female representation in the boardroom, you are assured that the female agenda is forwarded. Not only that, having a female in the boardroom brings in benefits as well. A study shows, and I don't think we need a study to show and prove that having a woman or a female in the boardroom will bring about perhaps less tolerance to fraud, probably more encouraging in terms of conflict resolution, and definitely a newer perspective on how customers are perceived. So all of these are brought about by women. So definitely there is an advantage to that law. And in Malaysia, I think we've led Asia to show that this is something that should be encouraged and should be in law, as opposed to just lip service. I mean, this is actually proposed and actually enacted through the Code of Corporate Governance in Malaysia. And this was way back in 2017, but we see the impacts 5 years after. So that is the Malaysian bit. And you also asked about education. Education in Malaysia, actually now in the higher level of education, of 7 of the 8 topics, women have dominated men. except for like on the engineering bit. And even in that alone, Malaysia still tops the other averages, including that of the US. And this is according to the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. So, so we're not too bad in Malaysia in terms of gender equity.
No, indeed, I agree with you because I've been to Malaysia and even in Indonesia, I always feel that I see so many women doing all sorts of, like in all sectors, doing all sorts of jobs. So I personally, my experience, I would agree with you that it is indeed a very participative economy. And also what you just now said is inspirational, that now from 2017 onwards, there's been a regulation that there'll be 30%, I think you said a third of the board will have to be women.
30%.
Yeah. So I think that's phenomenal because that's really going to bring about a lot of change in the next few years. Obviously right now it's been too short a time to evaluate, but I think in the next few years we'll really begin to see the change being brought about by just this bit. My next question is to Feroz. Feroz, in South Africa, are women adequately represented in top-level management in general and Islamic or social sector finance in particular? And what do you think, how can this be increased even further?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shukran, Sister Shiza. So, from a general perspective, I think South Africa has made traction, but I think there's still very much improvement to go. And if we look at the statistics, you know, for us to kind of reach even the level of 3%, like Malaysia, it's going to take us 100 years to get there. So basically, if you look at very much, South Africa doesn't have forced policies and regulations like Malaysia, where if you're opening a private company, etc., you need to have at least 30% of women on your board. We don't have that. So whatever board representation we have will just be based on their governance policies, etc. From an Islamic finance perspective, that's quite interesting because I did a topic or a talk quite recently this year, and it was around South African women, their inclusivity within Islamic finance. And to tell you the truth, that was very difficult to actually research because there wasn't any data available for women within Islamic finance. And because of that, I did a very short survey with 10 of the conglomerates relating to Islamic banks and investment Islamic houses. And from the research from the very small research that I've done, when you look at the workforce, about 54% of women representation was in the workforce. So that wasn't a surprise. However, as you reach to middle management and senior management, it was a little bit disappointing because women only represented 7% of the workforce, or of middle management at least, relating to middle management. And then for senior management, it dropped down to 3%. So it clearly showed that even though the workforce was 54%, the representation dropped as the hierarchy. Yeah. So based on that, we then decided, well, at SANZIF, we established to kind of increase the numbers to get a better representation and inclusiveness for women. At SANZIF, we then established a Women Islamic and Business Finance Forum to create a platform where women could come together, network, share ideas, experiences, challenges, foster development, both professionally as well as personally. And we launched that forum within the 3 bigger regions of South Africa successfully. And I think the women really came on board because they never had a platform like that before. So that is very much from an Islamic from an Islamic finance perspective, in that, you know, it doesn't really exist. If you look at the big Islamic banks, Baraka, FNB, APSA, etc., there isn't one CEO female. And I'm blessed and I'm happy to say that Ethiopia has the first Islamic CEO from an Islamic
and
banking
she's here too.
Yes, and she's here, alhamdulillah. So that is something that we would want to achieve, but you know, it's very much male-dominated. It's seen as a very male-dominated industry, which are some of the biases we need to break through. From a social Islamic finance perspective, that's a little bit better represented because myself being the chairperson of the Board of Trustees from the largest and longest serving Zakah institution in the country, being led by a female, as well as from an operational perspective, the CEO is also a female, which is very non-traditional. If you look at, I think in any other country, any Zakat institution is not necessarily run by women. Although a lot of the institutions admire the fact that SANZIF has, appointed and given the opportunities to women, they don't tend to follow suit. They don't tend to follow the same kind of approach. So from that perspective, and I think where many women from South Africa kind of don't feel the need or the want to fill into the Islamic finance sector is very much in terms of there aren't many role models. I never expected, as a qualified chartered accountant, going very much into the westernized finance field, I never thought I'd ever move into an Islamic environment because it wasn't something that you would actually see a female doing. So there weren't any role models for women to see any, prospective career going forward. And like I said, there are biases, and it's seen as a very male-dominated industry. Like I said, there are no CEOs from a female perspective. And society somehow also has some sort of inhibiting factors that women tend to not go into certain sectors. So we need to kind of look at broader aspects as to how women can be included more in, from an Islamic finance perspective. Whether it is making sure, like I said earlier on, in terms of the programs are equally, they're fair, women have access, that they can participate in those programs. Because at the end of the day, and we said it earlier, women, we're half of the population. If you are not employing as part of half of the population, it doesn't make business sense. Because we account for half of the population, we have certain resources and we have certain styles that brings diversity to a board, like Sister Joanne has indicated, that our male counterparts do not. So I think those are just aspects that, our male counterparts need to maybe just look at. And we can't do it alone. We need their support. We need them to be our allies because they're the gatekeepers. They need to create those opportunities. They need to hire us. They need to build or upskill us from within as opposed to hiring somebody outside. You can upskill the women that you already have within your team. So there are various things that they can do currently, just supporting the initiatives that the women, are having or doing to be able to increase those inclusivity of women.
Very true. And not just bringing in women into the workforce, also making sure that they are there at all levels, especially the senior levels. Because Feroz, like you pointed out, something very interesting that, there in South Africa, for instance, there is a significant level of, a decent level of participation of women in the economy. But when you go to the highest level, it's only 3%. So we need to ensure that the women not only participate in the economy and in the workforce, but they are also present at decision-making levels. Because to truly integrate a desired practice, mindset, or outcome, it has to be adopted at all levels across a country and an organization, not just at the bottom, middle, but right at the top, because the change is actually brought about mostly top down, right? So you have to walk the talk, you have to lead from the front, and then the entire organization or country would follow. So I think that bit is, you very rightly pointed out. Moving on to our next question. Joanne, this is for you. Women participation, like we were discussing already in decision making, if it's at all levels of an organization, then it strengthens diversity, inclusion, and empowerment across the workplace. And organizations around the world are now slowly realizing that, and that's why you see all these regulations that you also pointed out, that there's a minimum level of board representation, and then on the management committees of organizations, there's increasing cognizance that women have to be represented there too, and in different roles and functions, because it just cannot be limited. For example, I think I was having a conversation earlier today with somebody here only, that women in Islamic finance, like, especially leaders, women leaders in Islamic finance. So in conventional banking, you see a lot more women than you do in Islamic banking. or Islamic finance. And when it comes to leadership, it's an even starker difference, because you find very few, like we were discussing, women, they know, almost no women CEOs in Islamic banking and finance. So there can't be some roles or industries which are not open to women, not in this day, not in this age. If women are to truly be empowered, all industries have to welcome them wholeheartedly. There's no job that technically a woman cannot do. So that has to be embraced by people within the organizations as well. Joanne, in your opinion, how ready is the global finance industry in general and Malaysian finance industry in particular for female leaders driving the diversity and inclusion agenda themselves?
Okay, so I guess the clear answer to that is the current head of the central bank is female. Prior to her, a gap of a short time, it was the great Tan Sri Seti Akhtar is female, recognized as one of the best central bankers that ever existed. She was the driver for Islamic finance, and Malaysia is where Malaysia is because of her. I went to Malaysia because of her. So in terms of the drivers, I think Malaysia is very much ready to forward Islamic finance. Just in the audience today, I met the head of Sharia for Maybank. One of the Sharia audits is female. So I don't think that there is a lack of representation. Just to also, again, contextualize it in a study, Deloitte came up with a study saying that 34.9% of the CFOs in Malaysia are female. So that surpasses the 30% target, which I said earlier was at 24. I looked at my notes, it was at 26. So, I think Malaysia is very much ready in terms of Islamic finance. But, and I in particular, I'm a female, my chief strategic officer, Dr. Siti, also coming from the central bank, is female. The person who developed the product for the investment account platform, although owned by 6 banks, the product owner was female. So there is no lack of female both in our immediate circle and in the higher ranks of Malaysia. This is in the finance industry. But I also would like to take it on a side note also that there are some industries that may not, and I don't know that I'm going to want to see a parity of men and women in construction, piling the roads or doing that. So there are some industries that perhaps can be left for the male. I generally, even in my prior conversations with feminists, probably they didn't invite me again because I made statements that, you know, there are some instances where I think men are better off just having the majority, if not all of the job on that side, you know. So there are some industries there, and we have to also caution ourselves that not only on an industry basis, we shouldn't be espousing for equality, because men and women cannot be equal. We want, as the talk would say, at least an even level playing field for areas where similar like Islamic finance, and then so be it. So, but for us women to think that we should be equal to men, especially being Muslim, I think, and this is an Islamic talk, I think should always be qualified. So yeah, that's that.
An interesting point raised there by Joanne, that essentially what she said was that equality and equity are different. And it's true indeed. Maybe equality is generously used in this discussion. Equity is what we should aim for, that there should be parity in opportunities, in terms of access to those opportunities, but maybe equality, obviously both genders are different and there's no debate around that. Both have different strengths, capabilities, so it would be, and that goes for every two individuals as well, not just genders. Even two people, regardless, irrespective of their gender, would have different capabilities, strengths. So nobody can be truly equal to another person. However, equity is what we should aim for. Going forward, micro, small, and medium enterprises are significant contributors to most economies, and hence their role in economic progress is also very important, because they're major creators of employment and obviously productivity as well. Despite large policy strides to foster MSMEs, women participation in MSMEs remains a bit on the lower side. And the main challenges due to which this is the case are credit constraints and institutional barriers. So my question, Joanne, is that now that Indonesia has a significantly higher focus on MSMEs due to its financial inclusion framework, how do you believe that this framework will promote women participation and leadership in MSMEs, especially in the post-COVID area?
Thank you, Zuza. As we all know that we just finished our presidency in G20, and one of the point in the leader declaration is that we have this framework on financial inclusion in harnessing digitalization to increase productivity, sustainable and inclusive economy with focus on women, youth and MSMEs. So women is of course under our spotlight, and we believe that this framework will be benefiting all countries which want to harnessing the most benefit from digitalization. And because basically it is a set of guidance for regulators. Consists of three components. The first one is the implementation guide. So we have this G20 high-level principle for digital financial inclusion, and during our presidency, we produced this implementation guide that will guide the regulators in balancing the innovation and the risk. As we all know that digital transaction, the innovation are very fast, but with that also emerging the risk. And most women are not informed very well about the risks of these digital financial services. So we produce this implementation guide that balance those innovation and the risk. And the framework also contains the database. This is the living database which can be added with all members. It includes all the product for financial and non-financial services, digital, financial and non-financial services. So with that we can learn what the best practices from other countries about how to utilize the digital financial services, especially for women. And the third product is, we call it the preliminary regulatory toolkit. This is the toolkit for regulators to design the favorable environment, ecosystem for to utilize these digital finance services, especially for women. With this toolkit, the regulator can create the ecosystem that's safe for women, youth, and especially for SMEs to take advantage, the most advantage from the digital financial services, while on the other hand also will protect them, and secure them from the risk of the irresponsible creator of the digital transactions. So we believe that with this framework, the regulators can focus on the women empowerment through accelerating the digital financial services. With this, under our presidency, we also get together with the OECD to update the high-level principle on financial consumer protection and also the principle on SME financing. I think the updated of the principle, especially the consumer protection, is very important for women as the main players of our economy. Especially now that during the COVID, we learned that the game changers of the economy is the digitalization, right? So we are very pleased that the leaders in the G20 have declared that this framework for financial inclusion will be focused on women and youth and also SME to take the most benefit for digital to sustainable economic empowerment. So not only to include them in the financial activity, but to make them, to promote a sustainable and productive economy by using the digital. So.
Very true, because if you come to think of it, it would actually make phenomenal difference. Sometimes women are not, due to having children or some responsibilities at home, they might not be as comfortable leaving their houses for full-time jobs or, to even, for instance, going to a bank. If a woman can have access to the same thing sitting at home, I think the adoption would go through the roof, because then she doesn't have any kind of obstacle. She can just sit at home and access her finances, access her bank account, and which brings me to entrepreneurship. So when it comes to entrepreneurship, women having equal access to entrepreneurship and finance, through to which they can actually set up their own businesses, that can make so much difference, because even if they're not able to work full-time, or even if they're not able to leave their children with somebody else and go work, they can always do something sitting within the safety of their homes or comfort of their homes. They can still do a lot and contribute to the economy. So let's spend a bit of time talking about entrepreneurship, and this one would be open to all three of you. Then how do you think entrepreneurship can be used to drive female empowerment? How important is it? And what factors are key drivers of increasing female entrepreneurship in this region?
Start from me?
You can start in whichever order.
Okay. Well, let me say, in Indonesia case, women play very important roles in MSME, because 64% of SMEs are owned by women. However, their involvement in business are basically is not on purpose. Most of women involved in business because of the necessity to support the family, to support the husband, and also because of the lack opportunity in the formal sector. That makes them micro entrepreneurs. So women start the business from home, and digital helped them very much. But I think the key drivers to promote them, to make to upgrade them, not stay on the micro entrepreneurs. First is the network. First is the access to network. The access to information. We have to provide them, to facilitate them, the open access to information, any kind of information, the market, technology information, and also the network. And then, and secondly, I think as a regulator, I think we are responsible to give perception in society that women also have opportunity to do the business, to be an entrepreneur. So, but still responsible, of course, for the family. So, I think maybe in most in Asia countries, it's not very very accepted yet that women as a businesswoman. So it is our responsible to make the perception for the public that women also have opportunity to be a successful entrepreneurs. And I think the third drivers, of course, is education. We have to provide to promote education in all levels for women. I think those are the three drivers, I think.
Thank you. Just from a South African perspective, you know, entrepreneurship is a key driver for job opportunity, growth, and empowerment. And if you look at the South African unemployment rate, it's about 35%, which is quite high. And the government has tried to, because there aren't jobs available for individuals, and of that 35%, 60% of those individuals are actually youth. We don't really exactly know, you know, whether they are male or female, but if you look at the economy from South Africa, and maybe just in terms of the economy of the world from a Muslim perspective, there are so many single women raising families on their own. They obviously, the divorce rate is quite high, which ends up the female being the breadwinner of any home. And that's why maybe I can maybe just give an example from a zakah distribution perspective, where at SANZIF, our approach is very much, we understand and we know that we'll always have an element of welfare within the system. However, we're trying to shift that to make sure that we're trying to upskill, whether through education, skills development, etc. And more than about 65% of the asnaf, in terms of whoever comes to SANZIF, are actually women. So we don't look at the individual just as a person, but we look at them as a family. If the person obviously is elderly, you know they're going to be on the system for a while. But do they have a student, do they have a child that's at home that's maybe 20, not doing anything? Can you just give them a short course, upskill them, etc., so that they can eventually, which is one of the maqasid of zakah, is to transform that individual or the family to take them out of zakah. You don't want to create the perpetual and habitual handout of giving zakah. That is not necessarily the objective of zakah. So at SANZIF, it is our objective that we transform that individual through entrepreneurship, through upskilling them, whether it is somebody that even has a skill, for example, they could sew, giving them the sewing machine, making sure that they have the tools to be able to perform and be a successful entrepreneur. But from a banking perspective, I think where they can assist is giving women access to capital, to financial instruments to be able to access money. But with that, giving them basic finance literacy, because we find a lot of entrepreneurs maybe don't make it because they don't understand what it is to actually run a business. They know they may have the skill, they know how to do something, but they don't have the business mindset of budgeting, of buying and selling, etc. So with the banking sector, you know, for me, for them is to encourage women entrepreneurship, give them access to capital, financial products, but also educate them on basic finance literacy.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Both esteemed speaker touched on two very important points. One being that entrepreneurship is actually very suited for the female because it's at home, and it came out of necessity to be able to augment the income of the household. So this is true for many rural areas in Malaysia. Also in the Philippines, where they would own a sari-sari store by their house because they own their own time. I think key to the development of the economy is actually promoting entrepreneurship, and it suits well to the female because they have and they can manage their own time. Now, as opposed to add to the financial bit, Malaysia has a lot of initiatives to support and encourage that. I think it's called, it's in Malay, so I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right, Tekun and Amana Ikhtiar, where they are actually supporting this cottage industries, microfinance, small-scale industries. Also, in the larger scale, there are funds that are available for women in Malaysia through the banks. Either it is a directed investment by Tabung Haji to which is our pension, our pilgrimage fund to channel to women. There are several pointed initiatives that are actually targeted to uplift women entrepreneurs. Similarly, the budget of 2023 also allocates for this. Although relative to the grand scheme of things, it's the budget, I mean, I think it's 220 something million, but it's still quite small compared to the need. But I think what I really want to touch on is the importance of mentorship for women, not only in financial literacy, but the women supporting women, I think, is very important, and I applaud the organizers of events like this, because we women get together. And I was saying at our table that I've met sister in LinkedIn, and now when I saw her, I felt like I hugged her, and this is our first time to see each other face to face. So events like this, where women lift women up and really support in mentorship, because there are some aspects of the women's lives that only women can understand also. So I think mentorship is very key.
Right. So two things that we've talked about, and I'll sum it up, is that the access to finance is very important for driving female entrepreneurship, because obviously women need to have access to the funding that will establish their business and keep it running. And then financial literacy and information about running a business in general, including financial literacy rather, so that women know how to run their business profitably and kind of drive it forward and make it even bigger and make it successful. So we've discussed these two things. So now let's move forward and see, are there gender-specific gaps when it comes to access to finance? Because what I've seen and what I've read is that men have greater access to finance, right? So there is a gender-specific gap, because women are not enjoying the same access, same percentage or same quantum of access to finance as men are right now. So why is that so, and how can it be reduced to drive a gender-balanced empowerment and economic participation? So how can these gender-specific gaps be reduced so we have a more balanced empowerment scheme where men and women are adequately financially empowered to do what they want? Even if they want to run a business, men and women should technically have the same access to finance. But what can we do to improve that scenario?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shukran. Maybe just to give you perspective, the women in Africa, in terms of the financing gap, is about $42 billion US. So you can already see the disparity that there is between males and females. And you've indicated, women are generally more marginalized when it comes to education, and much more so when it comes to the financial aspect thereof. So the gap is obviously not getting any smaller. So it also goes back to the terms of the entrepreneurship, because obviously having access to the capital, having access to the literacy, like Joanne has indicated, the mentorship, all obviously are all aspects where that can somehow close the gap to ensure that the financing is fair and equitable to both males and females. So so basically just from that perspective, I think I've mentioned the education, the financial literacy. And if we look at from an African perspective, there's roughly around about 35 million women that are not signed up for any financial service product, whether it is a bank, whether it is a mobile banking app. So even though technology, we've had the talk earlier on, there are still so many women that don't even have access to basic financial services, which shouldn't be the case. Because if you look at, if we are half the economy, if we're contributing to the GDP, if 90% of our earnings are going back into our families through education, through retail, etc., I think men underestimate the power, the buying power of women. And if you look at it at home in South Africa, we generally say, and we understand that men, are the head of the households of our homes, but the women is actually the neck. We guide the head where to go, where to buy, where not to buy. So wherever we go, whether we travel, whether we go shopping, if the parking isn't conducive for me as a female, we don't go there. Absolutely, and I think the male underestimate the influence and the buying power that we have as women. So I do think they need to have more financial products for women that is designed by women, because I think women understand our needs, they understand what we want and how to solve the problem. So yeah, I just want to end off with that.
Yeah, Joanne, like from a financial institution perspective, what can you as a bank do to reduce the gap of gender gap in access to finance?
Okay, so the gap in Malaysia, as I reiterated earlier, is not too much between men and women. However, Sister raised an issue of the gaps in other places. One of the things that we are looking to do is to be able to find creative ways to be able to do due diligence on men and women who require financing that do not have historical records. So one of the things that we are looking to implement is psychometric analysis, coupled with, of course, the machine learnings from the individual's phone data. But we have to be creative in addressing these kinds of gaps, especially for the unbanked. And one of those are these ones that we are exploring to implement that can hopefully be adopted in other parts of the country, of the world.
Yes, just small thing that in addition to education on financial management, I think from regulator point of view, I think we have to increase the facilitation of women about business matching, to introduce the proper financial services and product, especially appropriate for women, so that they can expand their business with the right financial product and services. So not only to educate, but we have to facilitate them, and also we have to introduce also the risk, not only the product, but also the risk once they involve in the kind of the financial transaction or product and services. I think that's from our point of view.
Thank you. And we've sort of run out of time, but we will still, if anybody has any questions, otherwise we will, yes, that lady in red, if you can give her the mic.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very nice to attend these great events, and I would like to ask to all of the speakers, these great female speakers, so how do you think about the culture in our society that affecting the opportunity of women to be included in business or in general? Because if you see that somehow we are in Muslim countries, we have like full responsibilities, not only in society, but also in family, but also in office. While maybe in Westerns, female, maybe they can have a very independent life. They can have more options. which is more liberal. So what do you think this kind of different culture affecting opportunity for us in general? Thank you. My name is Nur Hasuti. I'm from Trisakti University in Jakarta and also Institute Halal Investing from US. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm the only one that has a mic in her hand. I don't the other panelists don't want to say anything. But maybe from a South African perspective in terms of the culture that we have there, and I think it's maybe sometimes, you know, the problem sometimes lie with us as women ourselves. You know, when we go outside, go and work because due to necessity that we may need to because we're either a single mom, etc. But where I think where it becomes a problem, where we add to the problem, is that when we're actually a family unit, but yet we still take the responsibility of, you know, making sure that the family's needs are taken care of, but yet we still do the same amount of household work. We work a full day, we come back, we still have to cook, we still have to clean, we make sure the kids have done their homework, etc. But why do we have to do that? Because if I'm working a full day, I'm tired and so are you, why don't we share the responsibility in that, you know, you're not doing me a favor, you're actually parenting exactly the same way I am. So I think we need to also make our spouses aware and educate them as well as to, you know, it's not just one individual responsibility, but we share the responsibility. It's an arrangement, it's an agreement, it's an understanding that we work together as a team. And I think as a female being in corporate, volunteering most of the spare time, plus raising the 4 kids, is that if you don't have a supportive structure in place, it becomes extremely difficult. You then try and do and juggle all things at the same time, and I can trust you, one of those balls are going to fall. And when that falls, your entire world crumbles down. So as women, I think it's always an issue to have a lifestyle balance between work, home, family, husband, etc. And I think we put so much pressure on ourselves to do it all and to be that superwoman. And I think we need to realize that we're not superwomen. You know, we are human beings trying to, you know, raise a family, have a career, and there's nothing wrong in that. I think society allows us nowadays to have careers, but I think sometimes societies frown upon us when we're too ambitious, when you know, go up the corporate ladder and they say, obviously if you're going up a corporate ladder, something else has got to give. So what is that got to give? So.
And you said, you asked what can make that bring about that change in society and culture, right? I just like to add, like, mostly people say that the change is going to come from men, or the side of men, or, you know, the male population. And I'd like to disagree with that, because men are not going to bring about the change in culture and society. That change, like Feroz said, has to start from women. We as women need to take ownership of the agenda and for bringing about this change. Because there's safety in numbers. When we do something, it inspires other women, right? So if something is not happening in society these days, if women are not working, when they see other women participating in the economy, enjoying good careers, balancing household responsibilities with their spouses, so they're going to get inspired, and then they're going to come out and work, and then the overall social culture will become more supportive, right? So it has to start from us women, inspiring and giving comfort to other women, creating that safety in numbers, and then I think slowly and gradually that change will be adopted. And to stop waiting for something to happen or someone else to give us that environment. No one else is going to hand this environment over to us. So we have to take charge of this, take the reins in our own hands, drive the agenda ourselves in whatever capacity, be it helping, you know, inspiring women in our neighborhood, in our organizations, our fellow, you know, country women. We have to bring about the change ourselves. With that, I'd like to conclude the panel discussion, and thank you all for being a lovely audience.
Speakers, I would request you to please remain on stage for a group photo. Thank you very much, ladies, for sharing your experiences and insights and giving us much to think about. Our second panel discussion will revolve around developing top-level women leadership in Islamic banking and finance. I would like to request Siti Fatiha Mahmood, Head of Quality Unit, University Technology Mara, UITM, to please come on stage as moderator for this panel.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to invite our honorable panelists for today to come on stage to proceed with our next session. I would like to invite Madam Angelia Chin Sharpe, CEO of BNP Paribas Asset Management Singapore. Our next panelist is Madam Anita Menon, Chief Risk Officer, Prudential BSN Takaful Berhad. Our next panelist is Associate Professor Dr. Muniati Mukhlisin, Rector of Tazkiyah Islamic University College, Indonesia. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alladhi anzala as-sakinata fi qulubil mu'minin liyazdadu imanan ma imanihim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulil amin wa ala alihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yaumiddin. Honorable Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, Chairman of Cambridge IFA, and also the Chairman for the Islamic Retail Banking Summit, and also the Chairman for the WOMENAI. Our honorable panelists for today, so we have Madam Angelia Chin Sharpe, CEO of BNP Paribas Asset Management Singapore, Madam Anita Menon, Chief Risk Officer, Prudential BSN Takaful Berhad, and we have the Associate Professor, Dr. Muniati Mukhlisin, Rector of Tazkiyah Islamic University College, Indonesia. All our VVIP guests, my beloved guests and friends, all organizers and participants of Islamic Retail Banking Summit 2022 and WOMENAI Symposium. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome everyone to the end session for today. It is indeed an honor for us to have all our outstanding panels with us. Despite their hectic schedules all over the world, they are willing to travel and join us in this session. So thank you very much. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our utmost thanks and appreciation to all our panelists for today and for the panelists for this session for making time with us. It's also indeed a great pleasure to have all of you in our event today. We now proceed to the highlight of this program. With their illustrious corporate profile and with their wealth of experience as corporate leaders, we are here to download valuable knowledge from our honorable panelists today. So with great enthusiasm, allow me to start our forum discussion, which is the end session for today. Our main topic for the sharing session today is the developing top-level women leadership in Islamic banking and finance. So we have 3 panelists with us today. So I feel so great to be with them. And we have 60 minutes with us with about 8 questions. Okay. We are going to have 2 rounds for the discussion. So let us start round 1 for the discussion with the Madam Angela Chin, the CEO of BNP Paribas Asset Management Singapore. Okay, so the question is, Singapore has made huge advancement in gender equality over the past few decades, including the push by the Singapore Council of Women's Organization. So from the global perspective, okay, so we're looking for the global perspective, how do you see these kind of examples for the developing countries and how this can be replicated in Islamic banking and finance?
A very good afternoon and a very big thank you to the organizer for inviting me to be part of this panel session with my esteemed colleagues here. I think, coming back to your question, and, this is a great event to be celebrating the achievements of women leadership. So I do want to take this opportunity to applaud all the women here who are still staying to the end. And later this evening, we'll be receiving awards in terms of recognizing their contribution to Islamic finance. So coming back to women in leadership, and I think part of our session discussion is about mentoring women to, to take on more roles. I also hear the earlier panelists talk about, board, and I think the good news today, there are regulations if you're listed companies that we anticipate all, or not anticipate, it's a requirement today that all listed companies need to have 30% of women on board. That's a given. And just to share with you, BNP Paribas Asset Management, in terms of our sustainability policies, part of the 3 E's that we look at, one is addressing energy transition. As we look at, addressing the net zero commitment, we need to look at the way we actually consume energy. So the first thing that we look at when we do stakeholders engagement is energy transition. The second is looking at environmental issues. As we all know, if we don't take care of environmental and nature nature issues, we are not going to have the planet that we are going to live in a longer term. So the third thing that we actually look at in terms of the stewardship engagement is equality and inclusive growth. And we look at equality and inclusive growth, just to share with you, being an asset manager, we actually vote in companies, and we have actually voted against companies where, all the board members are male. We vote against the appointment of all the board members because they are male. So I think today we have that voice, being an asset manager, that we can put that voice forward to make sure there are opportunities given to women, especially in board representation. But what I also see that it's kind of a little bit lacking is when we look at addressing management. I think if you look board, today all look very good, got 30% women. But if you look in terms of many companies and management roles, I think we also talk about how many CEOs are female. I don't think there's many, or we would like to see more. I think what is really lacking is when we look at the management level, we're not seeing the kind of female representation in management. So I think our panel session is addressing that, not the board. I think the board was addressed by the earlier panel. I think what we need to see is really companies, management, CEOs need, and HR as well, HR has a role to play, to actually work within the company in terms of how they are going to work with the female in their organization. If there's skills needed to bring them up, what are the plans or the succession plans being put in place in terms of elevating the female community in their organization? I think that's really quite important. And I have to share, within our organization, we actually look at that on all country levels, on the management level, as well as on the board level. And importantly, where we see that we are going to have this challenge in meeting that gaps, what are we going to do with the existing female staff that we have in our organization, and what needs to be done in terms of helping to elevate them in their leadership role in the organization. I'll pause here so that I can give opportunity to my fellow colleagues to comment further. Thanks.
Okay, Okay, thank you, Madam Angela Chin, the CEO of the BNP Paribas Asset Management, Singapore. So we proceed to the next panel. To all participants, if you have any question, after we completed the 3 panels, then we can ask the question. Okay, so VVIP guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us open our eyes, our hearts, and our mind to our next session. Our panel from Malaysia, okay, Madam Anita Menem, Chief Risk Officer Prudential, BSN Takaful Berhad. Okay, so we look to the question. We shall take our next question. Do you think that women are adequately represented in top-level management in Islamic banking and finance in Malaysia or globally? If not, then how we can improve it? Also, we can see that yourself as a decision-making position of a leading takaful firm, how do you see your journey to be a leader?
Thank you very much for that question, and very good afternoon to all the participants here. And I would like to put on note my appreciation for the organizers for inviting me today. And it's a privilege being here with all of these esteemed women on the panel and in the audience as well. So going back to the question, it's an interesting observation because in Malaysia, where I'm from, you know, and the previous speaker also mentioned this, the central bank leader currently is a woman. And prior to that, we had Tan Sri Zeti, who was recognized as a leading figure among central bankers worldwide. Closer to home at Prudential, our group chairman is a lady. And closer to where I am at Prudential BSN, the chairman of our board is also a very capable woman. And in fact, the board representation is at 50%. So we have 6 board members and women make up 3. So that's, you know, a fantastic achievement that we have at the board level. And even at senior management level, I would say women make up almost 40 to 50%. So we've exceeded that 30% target that has been set. And on the other hand, though, and I was reflecting on this question because in Malaysia there are 11 takaful companies. If I look at the CEOs of these takaful companies, unfortunately none of them are women. So what does that say? And if I look at Islamic banking, a similar, you know, sort of situation is present as well. I think on the Islamic banking side, there have been a couple of women who've made it to the top role. So this shows 2 things. One, that, you know, women are underrepresented at the top position. But on the other hand, it also shows that there are opportunities for women to rise to the top position. And in Malaysia, we have the 30% Club, which is meant to mentor and develop women at C-suite and board level. As a woman, I have to say I'm not one for quotas. I would like, you know, for women to achieve the roles that they have achieved on the basis of their own merit and the fact that they are the best person and qualified for that role. But I can appreciate that in order to strike parity, some of these interventional measures will need to be put in place. So that's on the process side. Internally, let's take a look at some of the challenges women face as well. And I think this goes to the nature of women, where typically they don't, I would say, you know, they're not perhaps very aggressive. And if you compare, you know, at interviews, men would put up their hands for jobs where they may only have 30% of the experience and qualifications. Women will only put up their hands when they have at least 70% of the qualification and knowledge. So this, to me, is an area fundamentally that women, you know, need to address. And how can we as fellow women help them? I think that's through coaching, through mentoring, networking such as this. So, this is a wonderful platform. And we hope that more women develop that inner resilience and courage to lean in and to put up their hands for such roles. So, I think those would be a couple of key points that I want to get across. In terms of my personal journey, what's worked for me is really, it sounds odd coming from a risk officer, but it's about taking risks. And what do I mean when I say about taking risks? It's about stepping out of my comfort zone. So I started my career in a very male-dominated industry where I had to really prove myself and work twice as hard to show that I was equally capable. And then I moved into financial services, and subsequently from KPMG, I moved into Prudential. So I think it works for both men and women, not just for women. I think it's about challenging ourselves, having that ability to step out of our comfort zones, and also, sort of learning and relearning again. So maybe I'll just pause there, and I'm sure we can have a further discussion, and maybe I'll allow the next panelist to provide her views as well.
All right. Thank you to Madam Anita Menon for your impressive sharing. We do, as a woman, play important roles in top-level management in Islamic banking and finance. And to all men that are still here with us, don't forget us. We as women, we are here to help you and involve ourselves in leading the Islamic banking and finance beside cooking and chasing the kid at home. Well, so we go to the next panelist, Associate Professor Dr. Muniati Mukhlisin, Director of Tazkiyah Islamic University College, Indonesia. So the question is, while there is a growing presence of females in Islamic finance academia in Malaysia and Indonesia, women practitioners in the Islamic finance capital markets should also be encouraged. So we see here that to bridge the theory and practical aspect of the financing through this pair. So what are your views on this matter?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everybody. Yes, first of all, thank you to Cambridge Shifa and of course Professor Humayun Dor for inviting Tazkiyah as a part of the organizing committee today. As the academia, I remember 22 years ago when during our first establishment, the university that I am now leading is actually the first university offering Islamic economics and finance in Indonesia. And thank you to Cambridge Shifa for giving us a GIVA award for the past 2 consecutive years, being the best Islamic economics and finance education providers. Okay. Thank you. And again, for women's role in Islamic economics and finance, after the establishment of our university, today, according to the KNIKS statistics, we have 800, listen carefully, 858 bachelor degree programs related to Islamic economics and finance all over Indonesia. Not only Islamic economics per se or accounting, but Islamic capital market as you mentioned. And in fact, the person beside Professor Humayun Dor is an Islamic capital market expert, Professor Gunawan Yasni, I call him. So yes, the role of women not only in academia but also in industries are highly needed. And in fact, today if we go to universities where the students' associations or the students' representative councils always have this slogan, they say it in Indonesia, hidup rakyat Indonesia, hidup perempuan Indonesia, or long life the people of Indonesia, long life the women of Indonesia. So this is what they have actually mentioned it in a slogan that they actually been promoting it in the universities, to give room for women to go for higher educations in Indonesia, and also to show their roles in industries as well. So in Indonesia, alhamdulillah, thank God that we don't have these limitations for women to go to further studies or to go to industries to work. Of course, as a Muslim woman, the other, we have a message, special message. We don't only concern on our career. It's a very hard burden, as what the moderator said. We have to show, besides our skills in cooking, because women are half of the society and give birth to the half of the society. So this is a very hard burden for all women. So that's why, as a Muslims, we always been reminded that, of course, you have a freedom to go to universities, to go to industries, everywhere we would like to. But our main duty as a women and as a Muslims, this is actually something that has been also being reminded. I think I'll stop from on that note. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Murniati Mukhlisin. It's a great sharing, and we know Dr. Murniati is a person with full of facts and statistics. She's very good in statistics and facts. And we look to the discussion that we know that we, men and women, are here to complete with each other. So sometimes that we lead to men, sometimes we also need the woman to come together. Okay, so for the next question, I would like to open to the panels, to all the panels. When we talk about empowering women, through improving access to health, education, earning opportunities, rights, and political participations can be an economic game changer for any country. So is that true? To place such enormous expectation on half of the world population that has previously been enormously neglected. So maybe I can hear from you first about the empowering woman.
I think that what you just say kind of sit quite well on the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that's like equal opportunity for all in terms of education, equal opportunity for all in terms of healthcare, equal opportunity for all in terms of better infrastructure. So all this kind of, it's very important if we want equality in our society and in our community. So coming back to empowering women, I think today there's nothing short in allowing us to be empowered. And we are very lucky because, I mean, I work in Malaysia before and I'm working in Singapore. And through my years of my career as a woman, I've never felt that I couldn't speak out. I never felt that I cannot do what I want to do. And I think that's because I also have to thank the men in the room here and the men in the community who embrace us and see us as equal strength for us to build the business and to build the organization alongside with them. So I never had that. And in fact, when as you know, I work for an European bank. And in fact, when one of my colleagues from Europe came to Malaysia, he even said, oh, we went to a lot of meetings, and he was saying, I see that a lot of women in leadership, the women, the managers whom we met, they're all women. And, it's really, really funny for him to say that, because we thought the Western world have this, but, in fact, he see that, and he even asked me, Angela, do you feel like, that it's difficult for you to be a woman talking to men? I say, no, I never felt that. When I have conversation with my counterparts who are male, they never kind of look at me, why are you talking like that? Why can't you, who are you to be speaking to me or talk to me? I never felt that. I don't think, Anita, you felt that. We never, we are able to be alongside debating about or making decisions for our company. So I think the empowerment is really there. And I think I also echo what Anita said about women. Sometimes it's the same. Even my boss said that to me. And they say, Angela, why you didn't put your hand out for the opportunity that was listed in the And I say, I'm not too sure I actually tick all the boxes. And she actually told me, why you must always think that you tick all the boxes to be able to raise your hand to say, you know, I want to apply for that position. Because a lot of times she also say that a lot of male will like raise their hand, and to be honest, she tells me they don't even tick half of the boxes, right? So I think we should not underestimate ourselves. And today, because of equal opportunity for education, all of us today sitting here are equally very educated. One at the end there who's an associate professor, so I'm not a professor, so I can't speak that. So you can see we all have the education to empower us to be where we are today, and we have the support of our male counterparts who are here today. That's why they're here sitting alongside, even though this is, you know, celebrating women in leadership. And I think that's because they also want to work alongside with us. And I think as an organization, and I come back to HR again, policies within the company is really very important to make sure that we empower women within the organization. That can only happen if we have proper policies in terms of what is an acceptable culture in an organization, so that we will also continue to actually grow the women in our organization, build them to be the future leaders in our organization. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Can we hear from Anita Menon?
All right, sure. Thank you. I think, you know, I agree with what Angelia mentioned. Actually, in a sense, women are here today because we've had that opportunity in terms of access to education, good healthcare, equal opportunities. But I am aware, of course, that there are markets where this is still not entirely the case. And this is where we continue, you know, I think continuously we need to work together, collaborate, men and women, to uplift, you know, the women who may be impoverished and who don't have equal opportunities in certain markets. And it is very much aligned to the United Nations SDG goals, you know, with regards to providing equal opportunities for women. Going back to sustainability, and if we look at, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's the whole idea why organizations have chosen to embark on this as one of the pillars within the organization to ensure that women are adequately represented. I would, you know, taking the point that Angelia mentioned about policies, I would like to look at it from a slightly different perspective as well. So countries like Finland, Iceland, some of the Nordic countries who've made tremendous progress in terms of women representation, be it in politics or civil service, has been as a result of policies around childcare, for example. So they allow both parents to take equal amounts of paternity and maternity leave. So the responsibility of childcare doesn't solely fall on the women. You know, most countries provide 3 to 4 months or, you know, whatever maternity leave for women. But on the paternity leave side, it's typically, you know, maybe at best 1 week. So if you look at it, you know, automatically that's placing the responsibility on the women for childcare. But if we address at a policy level where more and more companies allow both the male or the female parent to take childcare leave, you know, this will then provide better opportunities for women to remain in the workforce as well. The other thing that I think we should address is the unconscious bias. So typically there is this expectation that women, when they come into the workforce, there will be a period where, you know, due to childbearing or family reasons, they may not be available and therefore may be left out of certain opportunities. So I think that is the other area that we need to address consciously, and this is where, you know, policies like HR policies come into play. So coming back to the point, you know, I think it's an obvious statement that we should develop women so that they can work alongside men for the upliftment of communities and societies. And there is enough evidence to show that companies where women play a significant role, it has resulted in better corporate performance all around. So, I think those would be a few of my comments.
All right. Can I hear from Dr. Muniati?
Yes, thank you. Well, as a university, we've been actually working as well for empowerment of women. We have today around 10,000 women participants. If you look at Garmin Bank and also Akhwat in Pakistan, so we have this kind of program, but with 90% above women participants. So we've been doing this for the past 12 years, and we've seen them growing, mashallah. And this is what I understand as SDGs called no poverty, because we started from the very zero, even minus conditions of women. And today they understand about their rights in the future, their obligations as mothers as well to support their children to go to schools, and to also help the husbands to actually find a reasonable income. And we are very happy for that. And the lecturers and the students are also involved. And I've been calling all universities as well to actually not to be uncomfortable in the classrooms, but also go down to the societies and look around where the women in the villages need our help in terms of that, we call it Islamic economic empowerment programs. And that is number one. Number two, of course, I do agree with almost all SDGs except SDGs number 5, where we talk about gender equality. I think we have to really understand in a view that as Muslims, of course, from the Muslim perspective, we have to, there is a note that when talks about gender equality, not only to give the equal opportunity for women to work, but also to condemn in that sense, not to agree that the husband have rights over women to give opportunities or license to the wives to work, which is in Islam, that is actually the fundamental message where the husband as a rijalu qawwamuna ala nisa fafadallahu ba'dukum ala ba'din. So this is actually something to show that rijal or women, men actually have duties or obligations to work, and if the wife would like to work, they have to be given license or approval, and that is actually clear in Islam. But in gender equality, that has been actually questioned, and to say that is not equality in gender. So I think from the Islamic perspective, according to SDGs, this is something that I'm not in agreement with. Another note on the gender equality, of course, when it talks about educations, I was appointed as Indonesian representative, the only women leader going to Kabul, Afghanistan, to actually show as a women leader from Indonesia that has an education and also have been given opportunity in leading organizations, and to show that women also have rights over educations. But I think my mission failed, because today even Afghanistan still disallow their daughters to go to a further education after 13 years old. Hopefully, one day they will change their mind, but this is something that they have rights and reasons why women are not allowed to go to schools after 13 years. Although, again, in that sense, gender equality, I agree with that women should have been given equal opportunities to go their further studies. And we can work together towards the achievement of SDGs by 2030, and I think lots of homeworks where women have problems with, and I think by sitting like this together, we can voice out all time about the rights of women, about education. But of course, again, according to the Muslim perspective, we have limitations on something talking about the message I mentioned. That's what I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add something which I thought was quite important when we talk about empowerment, is also let us not forget to look at the gender pay gap. I think that's a big, given that now it's year end and we are all going through appraisals and bonus discussion. I'm not sure how many companies here that actually look at a survey on your own gender pay gap within your organization. While we talk about empowerment, that's quite important to look at addressing as well.
All right, thank you for the response from all the panels for that question. So I believe that for the women, we are here to walk side by side with the men, okay? All right, so we go to the next round. We have another few minutes, about 20 minutes. We proceed our discussion in round 2 with Madam Angelia Chin. According to the GT International Business Report, Women in Business 2020, women account for 33% of the senior management position in Malaysia domiciled companies. So in your opinion, can women at C-suite level play a part in developing and sustaining the Islamic finance industry in the region and globally?
I think all of us sitting here today is an evidence that is possible, and that's very important. So that's a given, all right? I think there's no question about what we are capable of, and it's quite important. I think Anita has mentioned, and it is already studied and shown that companies that look at addressing equality and inclusive growth within their organization has shown to actually perform better. And because of that, just for your information, at BNP Paribas Asset Management, we actually have a fund that's called Inclusive Growth. And that fund is investing in precisely a company that have diversity and inclusive growth policies within their organization, because we believe that these companies can deliver better performance. And that's why we even created a fund for that. So I think that's a very important message, which clearly answers, it's not just about Malaysia, let's talk about all of us. And today, we are all global citizens. The business that we are doing here, we're not only doing in Malaysia, we are all, doing business regionally and globally. And you can see, I think the fact that we are all sitting here is an evidence that this is really very important, and we have delivered performance, and we have delivered results. And not only that, I believe, and I'm confident that we can manage people better, because we can empathize being mothers. And of course, there are some who are not mothers, but having said that women intuition inside us has better empathy on human beings, and I believe that's quite an important element. I'm not saying men don't have that, but that's why you still need women.
All right, thank you, Madam Angelia. We proceed to the next question to Madam Anita Manam. If we look to the philanthropy, or more appropriately Islamic social finance, aims to improve the well-being of humankind by preventing and solving social problems. How can women leaders and technological advancement help Islamic finance to achieve sustainable and long-term change?
Thank you. I think let's start with Islamic finance itself, right? So Islamic finance plays a key role in sustainability. In Malaysia, which I'd like to share, is the central bank introduced a VBI framework for Islamic banks, and subsequently a VBIT framework for Takaful. So it's value-based intermediation. And this emphasizes on the Maqasid Sharia to preserve financial wealth and lineage. And Takaful, by its nature, is based on the concept of ta'awun, which is about mutual cooperation, mutual solidarity, and mutual assistance. So, from that basis, Takaful plays a key role in terms of addressing social issues. The other point is that Islamic commercial principles are actually rooted in Sharia foundations, and the objectives are to bring about welfare and prevent harm, particularly in the preservation of religion, life, intellect, property, as well as posterity. So if you look at this, the principles of Islamic ethics as well have been interpreted to be based on risk sharing rather than on the basis of risk transfer. So when you look at that, that again, is a more sustainable model, which has, if we've learned from some of the previous financial crises, the issue was the transfer of risks. as opposed to the risk sharing. The other area that Islamic finance has played a key role is in terms of the real economy, where Islamic finance linked to economic assets and its requirement of risk sharing. And perhaps I think one of the most noteworthy principles is the avoidance of riba within Islamic finance. So all of these are clearly, foundations of sustainability, which Islamic finance has already embraced. So women, by virtue of being within the Islamic finance industry, they have helped to advance some of these social principles. And at Prudential, one of our sustainability pillars is about building social capital. So social capital is very much about developing our people, our stakeholders, and it is also very much about, how do we create an environment which embraces diversity as well as equity and inclusion. One example that I can share is the use of our zakat and charity monies. So we do identify causes that we can support. And one of the areas, that I'm very proud that we do as an organization over the last few years is to assist single mothers or single women to set up a small enterprise, which will then help them to be able to support their families. So some of our zakat funds goes towards that, and we've had many stories of, successful outcomes where the families have actually benefited as a result of the mother being able to set up a small enterprise, which results in then the children being able to continue going to school and to receive an education. So these are some very real examples where Islamic finance, continues to play a key role in terms of social empowerment.
All right, thank you to Madam Anita. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed our next question to Associate Professor Dr. Muniati Mukhlisin. All right, so Doctor, what has been the role of academia in nurturing the required talent for the growing Islamic finance sector globally and particularly in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, we have, as I mentioned just now, we have 858 programs, bachelor degree programs, and not to mention master's degrees and PhDs in Islamic banking and finance, Islamic economics and finance, and how to actually nurture the alumni or the students that actually they will be ready after graduating from these universities to enter into the workplaces. So first is actually to lower the mismatch between the universities and the industries. And I think this is a problem in global world as well, where the graduates from Islamic economics and finance are expected to actually enter the industry of Islamic economics and finance, but actually they are not really well absorbed. And in Indonesia, this is actually our current issues that we've been trying to lower the gap by following the program, we call it independent program or Campus Merdeka, independent university program. So where the students are actually allowed to do internship for 6 months in industry, that is equal to 20 credit hours one semester. And they're allowed elsewhere to exchange their faculties for another 1 semester or equals to 20 credit hours. So, so by doing so, they will have ample qualities and value added during their studies, and we expect them to actually, when they graduate, they can be well absorbed by the industries. And secondly, it's actually to invite visiting lectures, just like our ladies in industries today. Some of you actually work in industry, even in sister in Zakat and Wakaf as well. So we invite them to actually teach our students. We have our, for instance, we have real life examples Ibu Putu, she is actually attached with KNIKS, but also she is also our lecturer in our university. So it is going to be different when you invite the guest lecturers from outside. So it's going to mold our students better when they graduate. So and then other thing than that, we also have these internships that or we call it special assignments to the graduates where they are in their 4th year, so there will be a special assignment by the industry that they will be would like to recruit our graduate even before they graduate. So this is something that we would like to supply more alumni to the industry, and many actually try to participate. Just like recently, we had a signed MOU with Bank Muamalat Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, the 2 biggest banks in Indonesia that would like to recruit our students even before they graduate. So again, other than that, we also listen to the industry. What actually because what we learn today is going to be obsolete when they graduate. The risk management cases that we study today will not be relevant after 2 years after we graduate. Is that true? So the issues that we discuss today in the classrooms might not be up to date when they graduate, and they will not be able to solve the problems. What more, the digitalization era where everything changed very fast. So this is, we listen to the industries on how we actually upgrade our curriculums. I think that's all. Thank you. You would like to add something?
Just if I could add a point. Actually on digitalization, this is an area where within the organization as well, and we know across most companies, the pandemic has hastened the digitalization within the organization and the move to more paperless processes. As most companies embark on digitalization, I think the skill sets need to be developed within the people in the organization. And we find that maybe this is an area where women, if they don't catch up, they may end up losing out, because there are fewer women in STEM industry, particularly in sort of science, technology, and this is an area where, I think we actively need to support women embracing, the sciences, the technology type of areas, and also within companies, how can we equip our women and male employees to be better, and to be, I would say, to be ready for digitalization within the organizations.
All right, so we are running out of time, so I'm giving the last opportunity to all the panels, at least 1 minute for each, to give the last word from you.
I think what is most important is that all of us who are here today, we have the opportunity given to us to be where we are today. And that's also because we are having a lot of this conversation. So my probably last word is that let's continue to have this conversation so that we can continue to elevate the equality that's still present. Second, of course, is that we also recognize there are the minorities who still do not achieve where they are, like what Dr. Muniati talked about Afghanistan, and Anita talked about even within a community in our own countries, there are still many women who still do not have that opportunity. So for that, all of us here have that role to play so that we can open up opportunity for those who don't. So for us, it's all about continue this conversation and continue to take action. So that's my last 2 words for everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Anita, 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So I think few key areas, we've already made a lot of progress, women, and I think collectively and collaboratively, how can both men and women support one another? Because we realize that, women are where we are today with the support of men, and similarly, I think men equally need the support of women in order to for the success of their organizations. Secondly, I think women need to lean in and, let's start putting up our hands for opportunities for that top role because all of you in this room, certainly, as you realize, women have the capabilities. And how can we support and mentor and guide women and coach them so that they develop that confidence and capability? Last but not least, I think policies are there. And how can we have policies which enable both men and women to thrive and progress in an organization so that men don't feel that they are being left out, that the pendulum has swung entirely. So how do we provide parity where women have equal opportunities and at the same time, men don't feel that they have lost out on certain opportunities as a result of such policies. So, those would be a few of my key points.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to have my last, not last word, because we're going
Not
to have a
last word.
discussion.
Last
So,
discussion.
last note on the panel, where the women with disabilities, unfortunately, are not really been included. Have not really been included in the any sessions of Islamic economics and finance. That's what I've been actually speaking from the beginning. And I hope one day, today is about less than 5% women with disabilities available or are joining the classes Islamic economics and finance in Indonesia, and I think globally as well. And I hope every one of you, if you talk about Islamic economics and finance, include the statistics of women or our brothers and sisters with disabilities. And I would like one day, someone who's sitting here at IRBS, next IRBS, Professor Humayundar, is someone who doesn't speak, and then we'll just use their sign language to talk about Islamic and economic finance, to talk about zakat and wakaf. And we at the university have been trying to, unfortunately, have been trying to recruit people with disabilities to come to our universities, but only few actually have participated. It's because one, it is not really common in Indonesia, where the community is with disabilities going to universities without assistance from their families. And our university is actually a half of a dormitory, so they have to stay in a dorm. So this is something that they actually have a second thought of joining. But I think other universities are available, and I hope please accommodate the application from the group of disabilities in your program in Islamic economics finance, and also in the workplace. Please include them as well. I've been very concerned just because for the past 5 years I've been thinking about, this is my dream, that I would like to have people with disabilities do not have voices when they talk about Islamic economic and finance. They can do it on the stage. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all the panelists. So with the balance of 3 minutes that we have, I now open the floor for the question and answer. So do you have any question to ask the panels? Okay, no question? So everything is very clear? So everything is accepted? No objections? Yeah, it seems that you really accept all the things, then you already, you have question? Can we give the microphone?
Hello. Okay, thank you for giving me the mic. Just a quick question. Okay, I'm Ami from UOB Malaysia. Just for your information, even for UOB, we have a very strong support for ladies, and as you know, probably some of you know, our CEO is also Ng Wei Wei, which is also a very strong lady, and we see that the trend, there is a big empowerment move by the ladies, especially in the workplace, and we welcome it very much. But I just want to ask, do you think that currently it seems that this issue about lady empowerment and ladies being in the workforce, it seems to have gained some form of trend. Is this going to be something that it's the flavor of the month, or would there be some real effort even from the leaders, from the women leaders, to really push the agenda to bring in a all the inequality to come to play, especially pay, especially position, especially authority, and also influence, rather than just becoming just the flavor of the month, which we don't want to see. That's my question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So,
It's not the flavor of the month, it's for real. And don't worry, you will still also have an opportunity to be the CEO. So, so it's not only just the female.
Thank you.
I think the important message here is, as we all discuss here, is to understand within your organization where is the gap in terms of gender. Not just we talk about gender, but we also talk about giving opportunity, even those with special needs, to also have employment within the organization. So again, that comes back to your organization and your policies in terms of embracing equality and inclusive growth. I use the word equality and inclusive. It's not just about gender, it's broader than that. And then second, so it's not the flavor of the month. Clearly, if you acknowledge that, then you know that there's still opportunities that you need to give within those who don't have. And that's why you're going to build talents within your organization. And importantly, I mentioned about gender pay gap. That's really very important. It's not just about promoting women in the organization and her salary is still lower than the previous CEO. Then that's really defeats the purpose. I think when we talk about promoting women within the organization, is to make sure that we also look at the gender pay gap. And I'm quite glad that that is something that at BNP Paribas, we actually look at that. And like I say, now it's a bonus discussion and an increment discussion. And we actually look at an analysis of the gender pay gap within our organization, which is each department. And during this period, we also use that opportunity to narrow that gap. So I think, again, it's again a HR policy that we need to look at, and something that in your organization, you need to look at your own internal statistics and what you need to build to make sure you actually meeting your own internal policies. Thanks.
I'll just add a point to that. So, yeah, echo, it's definitely not flavor of the month. I think the fact that we've achieved what we've achieved today has been as a result of gradual but, concerted efforts to ensure that there's equal participation of both men and women. To me, I think, women would have arrived when we no longer have that discussion of that women have to make up 30% for the sake of making up a quota. But when it comes to hiring, then the question is, who is the best for the job? It could be a male, it could be a female, but so long as we are very clear that women have equal opportunities and are based, and the hiring is based on merit, then we know that that we are truly able to achieve parity. But how do we sustain this? I think going back to the question, to ensure that we don't, like for every one step forward that we take, we don't take 2 steps back. Forums such as this help to elevate the issue. Certainly, policies help to do that as well within your organizations, and also externally, such as Bursa requiring listed companies to meet that minimum target. So it's, we've definitely come a long way, but it's not the end of the road. I think we are making good progress.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yes, well, I think there is the one that you mentioned about the concerted effort among the women to actually push their rights to be equal to men. But again, on the other side of the society also, there have been actually, again, this message I've been repeating, that the women also have been reminded about their duties and obligations as women, as a wife, as a daughters, And if we do not give this neutrality or balance, that would happen is, I just joined the FGD on illegal fintech, and the victims were mostly women. Guess, people might think that because they would like to go cosmetics, they would like to go shopping. No. You know what? 70% of the women said they engage with the illegal fintech, illegal borrowing, illegal digital loan, because they want to like to support their families. So it means the role of men here is missing, because the surah is actually clearly cited just now that Ar-Rijalu Qawwamuna 'ala Nisa is the leaders of women, that they have to actually feed their families, not to let their wives to engage with illegal fintech just to support their families. So this is actually the disease created when we actually fight against our rights to be equal with men, and then men also do not have the position to be as a leader in the family. So this is something that we need to ponder about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Even we have only one question, but we have lots of answers to be given, but the time is running and we have to stop by now, okay? So our VVIP guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the session. Before we end for today, on behalf of the organizer, we really hope that from the discussion today will help us to understand and realize more on developing top-level women leadership in Islamic banking and finance. Sometimes people say that women are complicated, but we are not complicated. We are unique. The uniqueness that we have that make us here to stand with you together without neglecting our main responsibility. We're still chasing the kids at home, and we're still chasing you at home. Okay?
Her husband know that. Her husband know that. It means yes, yes.
Our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists. Thank you for making time with us today. Thank you for fruitful sharing of insight for this magnificent session today, and thank you for making this event a success. May the symphony rhythm of knowledge that we have showered to us today will make us better and better and better each day, to become a better person, to live in a peace and harmony in leading and everything here in the hereafter. So thank you everyone, have a pleasant day. I hope to see you again tonight in the ceremony, the award ceremony and dinner, and I'm passing the mic to the host today. Over to you, Tabinda.
Thank you, speakers. I would request you to please remain on stage for a group photo. Thank you, ladies, for a very inspiring session. I would now like to call upon Dr. Humayun Dar, Chairman, Cambridge IFA, to please come on stage and present the certificates to the speakers. May I please invite Ms. Anita Menon to please come on stage to get her certificate? I now invite Angelia Shinsharp, CEO of PNB Baripas Asset Management, to please come on stage to receive her certificate. I would now like to invite Dr. Muniati Mukhlisan, Rector of Tazkiyah Islamic University, to please come on stage. I would now like to invite Siti Fatiha Mahmood, Head of Quality Unit, University Technology, Mara, to please come on stage. I would now like to invite Feroz Mohammed, Chairperson of SANSEF, to please come on stage. May I now invite Juan Enriquez, CEO of Investment Account Platform Malaysia, to please come on stage. I would now like to invite Yunita Resmisari, Head of MSME Development and Consumer Protection Department, Bank Indonesia. Okay. She has left, so our colleague will be taking the certificate. May I now call Shiza Ahmed, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Habib Metro Bank, to please come on stage. Thank you, Professor Dar. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I wholeheartedly thank you for your patience and for your commitment and taking your time out from your busy schedule and gracing this event and making it a success. We have about a 2 hours break, and we shall start our registrations for our award ceremony at 6:30. We have our 8th Islamic Retail Banking Awards and our 4th Woman Eye Awards taking place tonight. And I hope to see you all. Thank you.